Chapter 665. But they couldn't be sold like now, and they even had to pay for it because they no longer had the body of primordial Een. Only after countless times of dual cultivation, when they really obtained some of the skills and insights that the genius disciples in the family needed, would they be able to display their usefulness and become the dual cultivation partner of the genius disciples. After making the best use of everything, those who were lucky and strong would become the lowest class in the family. Those who were poor would become the death warriors, and those who were miserable would become the cultivation partner of the lower class in the family. It could be said that the fate of the human Dan was even more miserable than that of a normal slave. Of course, there were also special circumstances. If the human Dan's talent became stronger and stronger and reached the level of heavenly immortal, then they would be able to escape the sea of suffering and become the upper class in the family. Unfortunately, this situation was very rare. "Hello, what service do you need?" "The lounge," a young cultivator said. The lounge was the cheapest service in the VIP area. In fact, it was just a slightly spacious seat. The only difference was that it was connected to the signal of the second world, and this was also the choice of 70% of the 300 cultivators who came in. "Oh, please. I say, miss, you haven't returned me my wealth card." "Ah, I'm sorry. Fan Xiaoqing quickly apologized and returned the wealth card to the cultivator. Ever since Chunhao had moved into the best room, she had been distracted. The handsome young man who hugged her by accident, who didn't have the arrogance of a super genius, and who even apologized to her, had left an indelible impression on her. It wasn't that she wished for anything, and she didn't dare to wish for anything. Just by looking at the two girls who were 100 times more outstanding than her, she knew that she couldn't leave any mark in his heart. But that didn't mean that she couldn't fantasize and couldn't turn that accidental encounter into a beautiful memory. And when they met again, he greeted her with a smile and even asked for her name, which made her feel an indescribable joy and joy. However, Chunhao chose the top classroom. What did it mean for such a genius young man to enter the top classroom? It meant that there would be information about her placed in front of Chunhao. Even though Chunhao didn't care about her at all, she didn't want the youth who had left her with an indelible impression and fantasy to find out that her lowly identity was dirty. That was why she plucked up the courage to suggest that Chunhao stay in a normal room. Unfortunately, because of this, she secretly prayed that Chunhao, who was full of righteousness, would not look at the information and find out that she was dirty. Not for anything else. He just hoped that even if he didn't leave an impression, he couldn't leave a dirty impression. This kind of subtle thinking could be said to be the only pure land in the hearts of people like her, the spiritual sustenance. Ordinary people simply could not understand their desire to look up to heaven from hell. They knew that there was no hope, but they would always give themselves a wisp of beautiful fantasy, because this was their courage to live on and their spiritual sustenance. Just a moment ago, she received another message that pointed at her. What made her absent-minded was that it was actually him. At this moment, she was uneasy and thought of many things in an instant. There was the disappointment of being found out, but there was also the excitement of being pointed by Chunhao. At the same time, there was also the disappointment of knowing that Chunhao would point people that made the perfect figure in her heart be tainted with flaws. However, there was also a kind of expectation. Perhaps he only pointed at her when he saw her. If she wasn't in it, he wouldn't know how to point at all. At the same time, she was also looking forward to his talent. He was only at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage, but he had a powerful aura that surpassed most of the geniuses at the peak of the later stage of the Earth celestial stage. If she sold herself to him, then she believed that she could rely on the fusion of her soul and flesh to gain a great harvest. She could definitely step into the Earth celestial stage easily. With what she gained, she could even cultivate and break through to the heaven celestial stage. If she could really do it, maybe she could, although it was still difficult, but the final outcome would definitely be a shocking change. This might be the turning point of her life, although her life was still under the control of the Fan family. Fan Xiaoqing, you can stop processing now. Come with me. Just as Fan Shaoqing was still immersed in shock and complicated thoughts, the middle-aged man in the Heaven Celestial stage appeared at the entrance of the VIP area and directly transmitted his voice to her. At this moment, there weren't many cultivators who were still processing the service. She should have stopped after it was completely over. However, the middle-aged man in the Heaven Celestial stage asked her to stop in advance. It was enough to show how much he valued Chun Hao. For such a genius, not to mention the 1 million immortal core crystals that he quoted, as long as the other party frowned, he would immediately lower the price. He would even dare to make it free, because of Chun Hao's talent. If he knew that there was such a genius here who had such a hobby, then the Fan family wouldn't have arranged for a human pill like Fan Shaoqing's. Instead, it would have been a supreme human pill. Manager, Fan Shaoqing anxiously came to the middle-aged man's side, bowed and said, "Follow me." Yes. Fan Shaoqing wasn't immediately brought to Chun Hao's room. Instead, she was brought to a secret room by the old man. Fan Shaoqing, this young man's talent, even in the entire vast universe galaxy, belongs to the top category. I only have one request for you. That is to unconditionally satisfy all of his requests. Do not reject. Make full use of this half a year and dual cultivate with him as much as possible. Do you understand? Understood, Fan Shaoqing said with a red face. If she knew that this day would come, and that she couldn't change it or resist, she would have accepted her fate. No matter who it was, she couldn't reject. She could only listen to the arrangements. This was the mission that she had been taught since she was young, the mission of a human pill. And now, to be able to meet him twice and to have a little bit of interaction with him, a youth that she could only dream of, was her first man. To her, this was definitely the perfect beginning. She didn't need the manager to tell her what to do. Also, if he asks about redeeming myself? Yes, I don't know what this young man sees in you. He actually wants to redeem your freedom. Unfortunately, the human dawn that the Fan family has nurtured have never been redeemed. With the Fan family's wealth, it is impossible for them to redeem the human dawn that they have spent so much effort on. This is impossible. You only need to say so. All right, go. Yes, dong. Dong. Dong hiss. When the door was knocked, Chun Hao opened the door. Fan Shaoqing lowered her head, her hands tightly clasped together, bowed and said, "Mr. Chun, hello, come and sit." Chun Hao pointed at the chair in front of him and said, "Shaoqing doesn't dare." Fan Shaoqing replied softly. She didn't dare to sit in front of Chun Hao. Trembling, she knelt beside Chun Hao, lowered her head, pursed her lips, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Perhaps it was because of her nervousness. Her chest was obviously moving up and down. Seeing Fan Shaoqing like this, Chun Hao frowned slightly and said, "Fan Shaoqing, don't misunderstand. You and I have met twice. It's fate. I saw this." Chun Hao pointed at the advanced service manual and said, "I want to help you. You are a slave of the Fan family. You should be able to redeem yourself, right?" "Mr. Chun." Fan Shaoqing looked at Chun Hao, shook her head and said, "We are not normal slaves. Redeeming ourselves is impossible. No matter how advanced a slave is, there's a price, right? Can't I give you 100 times the price?" Chun Hao said, This is not about the price. We were raised by the Fan family since we were young. Rindan." "Mr. Chun, I appreciate your kindness. If..." Fan Shaoqing paused and looked at Chun Hao, mustered up her courage and said, "If Mr. Chun really wants to save me, please take me." Chun Hao frowned and said, "What does Rindan mean?" Fan Shaoqing knew that she had to face it. So, even though she was trembling, she explained to Chun Hao about Rindan and the reason why the Fan family would not let them redeem themselves. What made Chun Hao even more conflicted was that the only way he could help Fan Shaoqing was to dual cultivate with her and let her get the most out of it. That was the only way for Fan Shaoqing to have a glimmer of hope. Seeing that Chun Hao was frowning and not saying anything, Fan Shaoqing finally understood that Chun Hao did not want to dual cultivate with her. He just wanted to redeem herself. After understanding this, Fan Shaoqing felt that this was normal. Why would a genius like him do something like this? Even though she was a little disappointed, Chun Hao's image in her heart was once again perfect. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chun. My fate is like this. You don't have to worry about it. I don't want Mr. Chun to be criticized because of me. Thank you. Fan Xiaoqing stood up and bowed to Chun Hao again. Then, she quietly walked to the door. Wait, go to the cultivation room first, Chun Hao suddenly said. Mr. Chun, it's okay. There's no need to criticize me. I'll try again. If it really doesn't work, I'll dual cultivate with you, Chun Hao said with clear eyes. As he spoke, he waved his hand and sent Fan Xiaoqing, who still wanted to decline, into the cultivation room. Then, he activated the restriction from the outside. At the same time, he sent out another stream of energy to press the service button. As a man, it would be fine if he did not want to help her. But since he wanted to help her, he would help her and see it through. Dual cultivating with a girl that he had only met twice and who was not outstanding to him. Even though it was a little awkward, it was much better than his previous life where it was purely an exchange of benefits. Plus, he was helping her and there would be no repercussions. What was so good about it? Moreover, he was confident that he could redeem her. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 666. Mr. Chun, what can I do for you? I haven't been able to contact the head of the family yet. A moment later, the middle-aged man appeared before Chun Hao once again. I'm sorry, I didn't think this through. The Fan family is the #1 family in East Flow City. I want to redeem Fan Xiaoqing, but no matter how high the price is, I'm afraid you won't be interested in it. How about this? Just tell the head of the Fan family that 500,000 cubes of supreme-grade Spirit Spring is the most I can offer. If it's still not enough, then I'll just forget about it. To be honest, this Fan Xiaoqing is a very ordinary person even among the 20 people. Whether it's her looks or talent, she's nothing to me. The only reason I want her is because she looks exactly like my dead first love. The middle-aged man in the Heaven Immortal realm was shocked by Chun Hao's words. He was so shocked that he was speechless. 500,000 cubes of supreme-grade Spirit Spring. What kind of concept was that? If it was immortal vitality crystals, the Fan family could completely ignore it. However, supreme-grade Spirit Spring was in high demand in the entire cultivation world. Especially for a big family like the Fan family, they all had expert craftsmen. Supreme-grade Spirit Spring could be said to be the key to determining the number of supreme-grade spirit treasures and even divine instruments in a big family. Even if they could get 10,000 cubes at once, it would be a huge gain for the family, let alone 500,000 cubes. However, Chun Hao wanted to use 500,000 cubes of supreme-grade Spirit Spring to exchange for Fan Xiaoqing's ordinary elixir. When they heard this condition, the Heavenly Immortal could not help but wonder if there was something special about Fan Xiaoqing that they had missed out on. However, that was impossible. Fan Xiaoqing had been raised by the Fan family since she was young. There were no secrets to speak of. Therefore, when Chun Hao said that she looked exactly like his dead first love, he immediately thought of Chun Hao as a lunatic who was obsessed with love. Only a lunatic like this would pay such a frightening price for a woman who did not benefit him at all. To be exact, it was only to relieve him of his loneliness. I'll wait for your news. Oh, okay. But, Mr. Chun, can you let me appraise the quality of your supreme-grade Spirit Spring? That way, when I report to the head of the family, it'll be easier for me to explain. Sure. Hiss. Chun Hao directly brought out a top-grade Spirit Spring wrapped in genuine and appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man frowned and pondered for a few minutes. Finally, he looked at Chun Hao and said, Mr. Chun, please wait. I'll try to contact the family head. If it doesn't work, I'll contact the higher-ups. It should be quick. Looks like there shouldn't be a problem, Chun Hao thought to himself. He should have known that such a large family would not be moved by his so-called price. In reality, even though immortal essence crystals were a common currency amongst the top clans, powers, and upper echelons of the cultivation world, not many people cared about it. That was merely a pile of numbers. It was not that they had so much wealth that they could not spend it all, but that celestial essence crystals were simply unable to buy the things that they wanted. However, his supreme-grade spirit spring was different. In the past 3 years, he had sold it several times. Each time, it was in small quantities, but the price had risen terrifyingly each time. This also made Chun-Hao even more aware of how scarce supreme-grade spirit spring was in the cultivation world. This was also the reason why Chun-Hao was extravagant and did not care how much he spent. He only wanted to enjoy the top-grade spirit spring. As his cultivation level increased, the amount of supreme-grade spirit spring would eventually become a vast ocean. In fact, if one wanted to obtain supreme-grade spirit spring, they basically had to exchange for Dharma treasures and spiritual items of the heaven and earth of equivalent value. If they directly sold it for celestial essence crystals, unless it was a lucky poor person who accidentally obtained supreme-grade spirit spring, no one would sell it for celestial essence crystals. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, the middle-aged heavenly immortal quickly came over. As Chun-Hao expected, the other party agreed immediately. When Chun-Hao handed over the storage ring with 500,000 cubic meters of supreme-grade spirit spring to the other party, the middle-aged heavenly immortal, who was obviously still in the second world, directly sent a message. At the same time, Fan Shaoqing, who was hiding in the cultivation room and still feeling uneasy, suddenly screamed and widened her eyes in shock. Immediately, she cried tears of joy, because the slave, rune imprinted in the depths of her soul, suddenly collapsed and disappeared. She, who had obtained the human core, had finally become a normal person who had obtained freedom. When a person was young and insensible, they could be carefree. However, as they grew up and came into contact with more and more people and things, they would understand themselves more and more. They would also understand that their fate was arranged by others, and they could not resist it. No one could be carefree. He could only work hard for his slim chance of survival. Until now, what was her slim chance of survival? It was to offer her body of vital yin to a genius young man, and then rely on her own strength to break through to the earth immortal, heaven immortal. In fact, until now, her slim chance of survival no longer existed. However, what she did not expect was that she actually obtained freedom so easily. Just because of a young man that she had met twice, she knew that he must have paid a huge price to make the impossible redemption possible. Other than being grateful and touched, what else could she do? She had nothing to repay him with. She was even willing to be his slave. But she knew that no matter what she did, she would not be able to repay such a huge favor. Master Bang. When Chun-Hao opened the door of the cultivation room and entered, Fan Shaoqing, who was crying tears of joy, knelt on the ground with a bang. Get up quickly. It's not a big deal. You don't have to be so courteous, and you can't call me master. Looks like the soul slave seal has been broken. From now on, you are free. Chun-Hao smiled and sent out a stream of energy to help Fan Shaoqing up. No, master. After being helped up, Fan Shaoqing knelt down again with a bang. I, Chun-Hao, from now on, am willing to be your slave for all eternity. I will serve you, Master Chun-Hao. Heaven is my witness. If I violate this contract, my soul will be destroyed, and I will never be able to reincarnate. Every word was clear, but Fan Shaoqing spoke at an astonishing speed. She even brought out her soul, and with her soul as a guide and the world as a witness, she signed a soul contract that left Chun-Hao dumbfounded. Even Chun-Hao could not stop her. Originally, when he helped her up and saw her kneel down again, he thought that this might be the only way for her to express her gratitude to him. Therefore, he did not stop her. Otherwise, he would not accept it and would make her feel uncomfortable. However, he did not expect, at this moment, even in the cultivation room of the aircraft, the world shook. Endless mysterious aura directly penetrated the aircraft and enveloped Fan Shaoqing without any resistance. At the same time, a strand of soul aura fused into Chun-Hao's forehead without allowing him to resist. Master, please don't break the contract. Otherwise, this servant can only repay you with my life. This servant knows that in Master's eyes, This servant is insignificant and can't be considered anything. However, this servant can only repay master's kindness by doing this. Hiss. Hiss. Fan Shaoqing pressed her hand on her head. The surging energy was swallowing and swallowing. If Chun Hao refused, it would immediately destroy her soul palace. You! The shocked Chun Hao looked at Fan Shaoqing, who was kneeling on the ground and looking at him with determined eyes. He was speechless and had a headache. What was this? Master, I beg you, please take me in. Your talent is not bad. You can join a decent sect. Why do you have to do this? Master, I am now called Chun Shaoqing. I just want to follow you. This is forcing me to... Chun Hao scratched his head. He did not know what to say. Sorry. If you want me to die, I will die now. Since things had reached this stage, this was Fan Shaoqing's only choice. First, she had to repay Chun Hao's kindness. Although she had once again become Chun Hao's slave, theoretically speaking, she had also lost her freedom. However, voluntarily and being forced were two completely different things. How could someone who had spent so much to save her treat her the same way as the Fan family? Similarly, she, who had suddenly regained her freedom, was terrified. She felt that the world was so big, but there was nowhere for her to go. She did not know what to do in the future. Therefore, her thoughts were simple. She would serve Chun Hao like a cow or a horse. No matter how Chun Hao treated her, she was willing to do it. Master. Just as Chun Hao was feeling conflicted and depressed, the old god, who had become a taciturn gourd, suddenly spoke. This girl's potential is not only on the surface. You have picked up a treasure. What do you mean? The so-called mortal Dan are all nurtured from a young age. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have any dissatisfaction towards their own fate. Instead, they would think that this is what they should do. This is their destiny, a destiny filled with glory and unparalleled glory. You mean she's been brainwashed? Yes. Although I have not seen other human Dan, but I can conclude that no one is like her. People who have been brainwashed from young can maintain their consciousness. However, no one can maintain their true consciousness like her. Because of this, they would have a conflict with their fate. Even if they wanted to fight back, they would not be able to do so. In her soul, she has always maintained a pure land, fighting against the fate of becoming a human Dan. This also caused her, who should have been a supreme grade human Dan, to become a normal human Dan. Chun Hao was deep in thought. Old God's words were very clear. In other words, because this girl had always maintained her true consciousness, she had lost the pure state of mind to work hard for her goal. This was like the two sides of her soul fighting in her mind. This caused her talent, understanding, and determination to be severely suppressed. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come a Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 667. If that was not the case, she would not be stuck at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage. The only explanation was that Fan Shaoqing's soul and state of mind were extremely tough and strong. Otherwise, she would have been brainwashed successfully and lost her true consciousness. Now, she has regained her freedom and is willing to follow Master. The things that bound her heart have been removed, and her state of mind has undergone a metamorphosis. There is no doubt that she will be able to unleash a cultivation talent that is much stronger than before. I think, Master, you should. Old God paused slightly, as if he was hesitating whether to say it or not. According to its principle, it would not interfere with any of Chun Hao's decisions. But now, Old God realized that Chun Hao's greatest strengths and weaknesses were all focused on love and women. They were the things that motivated him the most, but at the same time, they were the things that bound him the most. The reason was simple. From Chun Hao's point of view, from the moment his soul merged with his soul in his previous life, he no longer had the body of Yuan Yang spiritually. And when he was forced to do it with Tantai Lien, he lost the body of Yuan Yang spiritually and physically. In other words, no matter how hard Chun Hao tried to hold it in, the combination of yin and yang of the women would not have much effect on him. Unless it was someone like Long Ting who had used the Nirvana pill and relied on the medicinal properties of the Nirvana pill to bring about a stronger fire of desire, then the effect would be greater. Don't be agitated. Let me think about it. Now, calm your mind and wait for me. Chun Hao communicated with Old God in his mind. At the same time, he looked at Fan Shaoqing and said. After that, he walked out of the cultivation room. What should I do? Chun Hao asked in his mind. It was not the first time that Chun Hao had seen Old God stuttering. Every time it happened, it meant that Old God had reached the end of his patience. Only then would he speak to remind him. Take her, since I'm already involved in this. Do you think I should just watch her die? It's just that it's a headache. Old God, to tell you the truth, I've found that women have a great influence on me. Many times, things don't go as I wish, and they're all on the same side. Damn, it's really a headache, Chun Hao said in his mind. Master, you're overthinking things. To be exact, you can't let go when it comes to women. You're obviously moved, but you're afraid. You always have too many misgivings. If you could do as you please, then these problems would be trivial to you. Everyone knows the logic, but to really do that, I can't. I can't do it. You are naturally dissolute and have great luck with women. F***ck. I was born pure, okay? Since when have I ever been flirty? That's because you have too many misgivings, and it just so happens that you have a strong willpower. That's why you're in such a deformed state. Old God no longer had any misgivings and said mercilessly, Deformed state. Old God, can you watch your mouth? Furthermore, if you continue, it will only get worse. Until now, let me give you a rough estimate of how many women you'll have in the future. The first woman who made you fantasize was Xiao Mei of the Xiao family, right? After the soul purification, she still exists clearly in your heart, right? Back then, you had already accepted her in your heart, but because you didn't say it out loud, and later on, when you saw Xiao Mei and Xiao Feng confirm their relationship, you suppressed these feelings. Am I right? Yes. I feel that I didn't do anything wrong. You gave up and didn't investigate the reason, but Xiao Mei still persisted and even rushed out of the secular world. When you saw her again, you wanted to understand, but you suppressed it, right? Yes. This is one of the things that's bothering you. If I'm not wrong, you must have encountered something related to Xiao Mei in the illusion test in the second world. The reason why you did that was because you had Xia Yiyu, Helian Wuzi, and Tantai Lian. You had misgivings, right? Yes. Xia Yiyu was the first one who moved you easily. Helian Wuzi, you couldn't let go, and you struggled for a long time before you accepted her. Tantai Lian, you had no choice but to accept her, but the premise was that you had a heart. Then, Chun Shui, you were moved by her elegance, and coupled with the special relationship between you and your god siblings, it could be said that they were a conduit and gave you the biggest reason, and the only one that you didn't struggle with. Then, the Lung sisters, you struggled with many things, and you even created the identity of your god-grandfather. But later on, you couldn't let go, and you used the reason that they saved your life. As for Long Ting, what you need to convince yourself is that you feel like an old friend at first sight, her looks, and the help she gives you when you need it. Most importantly, she takes the initiative. These aren't big problems. Cough, cough. Chun Hao was speechless at Old God's words. He had to admit that Old God, who had grown up with him, definitely knew him well. Every sentence could be said to be to the point, and he couldn't refute it even if he wanted to. Including your sister Xiao Yin, it wasn't a big problem because you could find reasons to convince yourself and the other girls. Cough, cough. My sister and I. Forget it. You can continue. To put it bluntly, there's a cause and there's an effect. Among any of them, let's not talk about whether you were merciful in the first place, because that's meaningless, but you were merciful either intentionally or unintentionally. This is what I meant when I said that you were naturally dissolute. Coupled with your charm and great luck with women, you have a fatal attraction to the opposite sex. This led to the current situation. Why don't you stop being merciful? If you do, you have to be prepared for trouble. Of course, the so-called trouble is under the premise that you can't do as you please. Take this girl, for example. You just hugged her by accident, and maybe you didn't have any thoughts about it. But you who are naturally dissolute. After meeting her again, you wanted to help her. That's why it's like this now. It does seem like things don't go as planned, as you said, but if you didn't have a naturally kind heart towards women, how could this situation have happened? Moreover, you also said that if you really can't redeem yourself, it doesn't matter even if you help her. You feel that way because deep down, you know that after you help her, she won't have anything to do with you, won't trouble, and won't have to face the other girls. But I can be sure that once you help her, you won't let another man taint her. In the future, you will definitely help her. Cough, cough. Let's talk about that Bailey Ningbing. She does have a reason not to kill, and she doesn't deserve to die, but if it was a man, would you let her live? Would I? There's no reason to kill her. Even if it was a man, you just didn't want to kill her at all. Otherwise, even if there's no reason, you can still find a reason. You know it's impossible, but you can still do it. You've done such things many times. When it comes to men, you can kill decisively. When it comes to women, unless it's someone who really threatens your bottom line, you're kind-hearted, you'll always unconsciously exonerate them. And enough. Don't say any more. Let me be alone. What? Old God replied, and took the initiative to enter the depths of Chun Hao's mind. What he said today would undoubtedly have a huge impact on Chun Hao. Old God had wanted to say these words for a long time, but he held it in until now. This was because he underestimated Chun Hao's determination and stubbornness in love. Chun Hao took a deep breath and calmed his fluctuating emotions. Chun Hao had already sensed that Old God had hit the nail on the head. To be exact, when he entered the second world for the test, he already knew. The illusory realm he encountered during that test had almost shaken his heart. It also made him understand that one day he would have to face it. He had always been searching for a solution, but he had never been able to do so. But now, Old God didn't hold back in the slightest. He knew that Old God was right, and he should have done so, but it just so happened that, at this moment, Chun Hao's mind once again flashed with various scenes of the past. Every woman, every detail, appeared in his mind like a movie. He comprehended, pondered, searched, immersed himself in it gradually. The various scenes he encountered in the illusion automatically appeared in Chun Hao's mind. The combination of reality and illusion caused Chun Hao to be unable to extricate himself once more. 1,000 enormous flying machines in the chaotic space were arranged in 3 lines, forming a majestic flying machine army. At the very front, in the East Flow City's number 1 flying machine, which was 3 times larger than an ordinary flying machine, Long Ting and Chun Shui were in a separate sealed space. Ha! Little Shui, this is the 1 Yang Nirvana pill. You're really interesting. It's great to have you as companion. Ha ha! Eat, quickly eat. Long Ting, who was covered in sweat, directly sent the fiery red pill she had just successfully refined into Chun Shui's mouth without even bothering to bottle it. Although Chun Shui had already decided to eat it, seeing Long Ting's mischievous appearance, she couldn't bear it. He snatched the spirit herb and sent a wisp of his consciousness into it to sense the profound mysteries within. Within the sparkling and translucent pill, there was a wisp of blood energy that made Chun Shui's heart palpitate. Eat. Don't look. I'll help you condense a seal, lest you make a mistake. If I become Brother Hao, I'll be miserable. How could that be? Naturally, my body contains Chun Hao's blood essence. If your willpower is too weak and can't withstand a single blow, no matter how weak my willpower is, I'll still be stronger than you. Hiss. Chun Shui directly swallowed the pill in one gulp. Long Ting laughed complacently. At the same time, what made Chun Shui frown was that the aura on this girl's body had suddenly changed. No, to be precise, the aura of Chun Hao's blood essence that was hidden within the pill in her body was suddenly emitted. How could this girl be so shameless? How could Chun Shui not understand what Long Ting wanted to do? Without a doubt, it was a blatant temptation. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 668. Once Chun Shui flared up, she would have to endure the pain of burning her body and burning her spirit by herself. This was a test for her, not to mention that Long Ting had even stimulated Chun Hao's blood essence to tempt her. Ha ha, little Shui, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't look at me like that. If there's a first, then there's a 15th. When it flares up, see what I'll do to you. Chen Shui glared at Long Ting and said without any temper. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and prepared to welcome the upcoming challenge. The Nirvana pill wasn't used exclusively by Long Ting, even though it was also used on Chun Hao. According to Long Ting's words, the effect wasn't big. Because her time with Chen Shui was staggered, she was late by the time of 4 pills. She believed that Chen Shui could persist until she completed the Nirvana pill in advance. At that time, she only needed to give Chun Hao continuous Nirvana pills that contained Chen Shui's blood essence. When Chen Shui couldn't persist anymore, yin and yang would fuse. The tempering of Chun Hao wasn't the slightest bit less. Only, the tempering of Chun Hao was far from being as intense as Long Ting's first time. This wasn't just a matter of time, but after the first time, the effect of this tempering on Chun Hao would be very weak. Precisely speaking, Chun Hao only became the antidote, and the one who was truly tempered was only Chen Shui. But one thing was for sure, and that was through this medicine, Chen Shui would be even more unswerving towards Chun Hao. Not long after, Chen Shui flared up. What caused Long Ting to be slightly surprised was that Chen Shui actually displayed a willpower that exceeded her expectations. She forcefully endured the first basic flare-up after the pill entered her body without even looking at her. After all, she had pushed Chun Hao's blood essence to the limit and approached Chen Shui's side, almost hugging her, but she didn't see the slightest thing that she wanted to see. Amazing, amazing. Little Shui, your willpower is really firm. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. What a powerful medicinal effect. Chen Shui, who was drenched in sweat, opened her eyes, but didn't pay attention to Long Ting and muttered. Her mind was even more immersed in the shocking improvement brought by the first baptism of the One Yang Nirvana pill. Of course, this is a secret technique contained within an ancient artifact. How can not be powerful? Long Ting said, hee, I'm still waiting for you to molest me. Let me see how you look when you're naked. Dream on. If you want to find balance, you have no hope. Chen Shui found more and more that Long Ting, this fussy woman, was speechless. It was obvious that she was still brooding over the fact that she had seen her naked appearance. However, the more it was like this, the more harmonious her relationship with Long Ting became. Now, it's your turn to teach me that absolute art. All right, I'll tell you the method. You can study it slowly, Chen Shui said with a faint smile. After she finished speaking, she directly condensed a strand of divine sense and merged it into Long Ting's forehead. After a while, Long Ting screamed and directly pounced towards Chen Shui. Amidst Chen Shui's complacent laughter, the two of them started fighting. Facing Long Ting, who had an abnormal physical body, Chen Shui was obviously not Long Ting's match in terms of pure pinching. However, when Chen Shui's aura suddenly changed into that of a man, Long Ting was actually unable to bear it psychologically and retreated to the side in defeat. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going into the second world to take a look. Little Shui, give me your communication number. It's useless even if I give it to you. Right now, I'm in the second world and I'm completely isolated from the outside world. Chen Shui said. Then just change your identity and enter. Chen, how did that? Now, why isn't he here? Could it be that he changed to a new one? As Long Ting spoke, she had already entered the second world. However, after contacting all of the accounts that Chun Hao had contacted her, there was no response. This situation lasted for an entire month. There was still no response. Hiss, hiss, hiss in the room that Chun Hao was in. For an entire month, Chun Hao maintained the same posture as a month ago. He did not move at all. His eyes were open, but his pupils were no longer in focus. The aura around his body also emitted a strange, pure spiritual fluctuation. This spiritual fluctuation was formless and intangible, but it stirred up a cool breeze in the entire room. However, his posture moved slightly, But the current him was like a completely different person compared to the him from a month ago. Whether it was his aura or his appearance, all of them had undergone an unbelievable change. His aura did not become stronger, but had changed. Although it was not a fundamental change, but if it was not someone like Chun Shui or Long Ting who was really familiar with him, they would definitely not be able to recognize him through his aura. His spiritual energy was also worlds apart from his peak state a month ago. If he was a blooming flower a month ago, then now he was a withered leaf. He only needed a gust of wind to drift down and turn into dust. His appearance, the change was even greater. His originally jet black hair had now turned white. Even his pair of sharp eyebrows and the beard that had grown automatically over the past month were now snow white. If not for his skin and life aura still maintaining a youthful appearance, he would most likely be mistaken for an old man by anyone. Of course, his life aura was still young, but at this moment, it was much weaker than a month ago, and it was still weakening. Now, she could only be considered as an old-looking youth, a youth that was getting weaker and weaker. I'm sorry. At this moment, the door of the cultivation room had long been opened. The young girl who had already changed her name to Chun, Xiaoqing, silently knelt in front of Chun Hao, her mouth constantly muttering the 3 words, "I'm sorry." Originally, Chun Hao had asked her to wait in the cultivation room, to wait for him to think about it, to wait for him to make a decision. But, in her apprehension, after continuously waiting for a few days without any movement, she finally could not bear the torment in her heart and wanted to come out to take a look. But the scene that she saw when she came out made her aghast. Almost at a glance, she could confirm that Chun Hao had entered the demonic barrier. The so-called demonic barrier was a situation that any cultivator would encounter on the path of cultivation. However, everyone's demonic barrier was different. It could be said that there were thousands of demonic barriers, just like when Tantai Lien had fallen into the illusion of reality when she came out from planet Jian. That was also a type of demonic barrier. However, as long as it was a demonic barrier, it could only be jumped out by oneself. Any external force was useless. It could be interrupted, but no one knew what the consequences of the interruption would be. Therefore, as long as the other party's breath of life still existed, they could only wait patiently. Chun Xiaoqing was very clear that the lowly and insignificant her was definitely not the root cause of Chun Hao falling into the demonic barrier. However, she could feel that Chun Hao falling into the demonic barrier, more or less, should be related to her. At least, she should be the fuse that made Chun Hao think of something which caused him to fall into the demonic barrier. Otherwise, it could not be so coincidental. Moreover, Chun Hao said that he needed to think about it and asked her to wait. Originally, she thought that it would not be long before Chun Hao would be able to jump out of the demonic barrier and return to normal, but this wait was close to a month's time. She looked on helplessly as Chun Hao's jet black hair and eyebrows turned white little by little, and she looked on helplessly as Chun Hao's breath of life became weaker and weaker. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have forced you. I shouldn't have been insatiable. I shouldn't have pushed my luck. You saved me and gave me freedom. That's enough. That's enough. Chun Xiaoqing's eyes were already red and swollen. Even though she was at the human celestial stage, her body had already become numb after kneeling in front of Chun Hao for close to a month without activating her true core strength. If she could do it all over again, she would never force Chun Hao to follow by his side. Perhaps, to Chun Hao, she was just a burden, wasn't she? Why did she force it? Why was she greedy? Unfortunately, at this moment, she could only wait and pray that Chun Hao would jump out of the demonic barrier before his breath of life was completely exhausted. If he still couldn't do it at the last moment, then she could only take the risk of interrupting Chun Hao's demonic barrier. Only God knew what the result would be. When the demonic barrier jumped out by itself, it was a transformation and improvement of the state of mind. If it was interrupted, some people would only be slightly affected or even not affected at all. It was just that they didn't succeed in crossing the demonic barrier. However, they still escaped from the demonic barrier and would have to face it again in the future. However, some people would become demented directly. When they woke up, they would still be sober in the demonic barrier and couldn't extricate themselves. That was a fool. If that was the case, it would be extremely difficult to recover. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chun Hao's breath of life was getting weaker and weaker. His essence, qi, and spirit were as weak as an ordinary person. Chen Xiaoqing's mood became heavier and heavier. She became more and more regretful and anxious. After kneeling on the ground for a long time and staring nervously, her eyes had turned blood red. However, at this moment, swish, a strand of light suddenly escaped from between Chun Hao's eyebrows. The moment she saw the strand of light, Chen Xiaoqing let out a cry of surprise. There was movement, which meant Chun Hao's consciousness had been awakened. In other words, Chun Hao was going to successfully cross the demonic barrier. However, a second cry of surprise followed immediately. This was a cry of pure surprise, D*MN. If something bad happens to my master, I will destroy you directly. Itoda, who was at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth's celestial stage, said fiercely as he stared at Chun Xiaoqing fiercely. At this moment, he was many times more powerful than when he had just obtained Guanu's body. Although Guanu's soul hadn't been destroyed, Itoda's soul had been completely integrated with his body. As long as Guanu's soul was destroyed, the integration would be completed immediately. Who are you? Chen Xiaoqing couldn't believe her eyes. If she hadn't seen him appear from between Chun Hao's eyebrows with her own eyes, she would have regarded Itoda as an enemy. How could Chun Hao, who was at the Earth's celestial stage, have a living person in his mind? This was a real living person, not a primordial spirit. Why do you care who I am? Swish. Swish. Brother forget it. It's useless to be angry with her. Hey, little girl, get up quickly and go to the cultivation room to recover to your peak state. Yeah, let's go. Chen Xiaoqing was so surprised that she couldn't speak. It was surprising enough that a living person had appeared. Now, 2 ancient divine beasts had appeared in front of her. No, to be exact, 2 ancient divine beasts had appeared in front of her. 4th update. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 669. A vermilion bird and a black tortoise. Although the 2 mythological beasts had shrunk their bodies by 1,000 times, the strong aura of ancient mythological beasts was still there. The black tortoise's golden body was one of Chun Hao's gains from the mysterious ice realm. As a mortal core cultivator from the #1 family in the vast universe star, Chen Xiaoqing's knowledge was definitely more profound than the cultivators of the limitless star. How could she not recognize them? At this time, Chen Xiaoqing's only thought was that her new master was far more monstrous, more powerful, and more mysterious than she had imagined. It was normal for the 2 mythological beasts to be able to live in Chen Hao's mind. But a living person was not a mythological beast. Even if they had recognized their master, they should not be able to live in Chen Hao's mind. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and recover. Ta said fiercely. I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? I'll let you recover. Recover to your peak state and be ready to sacrifice yourself for master. Ta's character was obviously more fiery, and he did not care about anything. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise were relatively shrewd. After the 2 of them had reconstructed their golden bodies, the special inherited memories of the ancient mythological beasts had begun to awaken. Although they were not the real ancient mythological beasts of the ancient mythological beasts and could only be regarded as the descendants of the ancient mythological beasts, the awakening of their inherited memories made them smarter than ordinary people. Because of this, the 2 of them did not speak ill of Fan Xiaoqing. As the saying goes, things are different now. What if Fan Xiaoqing's status rose? Yes. Although Chun Xiaoqing was still in shock and did not understand the situation, he knew that this fierce cultivator meant that he had to recover to his peak condition before he could help his master. Even though he said sacrifice, Chun Xiaoqing did not hesitate at all. Hiss. Chun Xiaoqing channeled his quintessential essence through his legs, which were completely numb from kneeling, and floated directly into the cultivation room. Immediately, Itoda, vermilion bird, black tortoise, One man and two beasts looked at each other, and at the same time, they released a gentle energy as if the entire space was cut into a piece, without disturbing Chun Hao at all. They took Chun Hao, who remained unchanged, and floated into the cultivation room. Chi. In an instant, streams of flowing light began to revolve around the cultivation room under the cooperation of one person and two heads. Immortal core, crystals, origin stones, and precious ores that had been purified slowly condensed and constructed complex and mysterious runes. Chen Xiaoqing didn't know what runes they were condensing, but he knew that it was definitely for Chun Hao. Therefore, she only paid attention to it for a moment before she focused her mind and entered a state of full recovery. It took a full hour for Edo Ta, vermilion bird, and black tortoise to turn into a stream of light at the same time and enter Chun Hao's glabella again. Asterisk crash, asterisk at the same time. Under old god's control, rolling spiritual spring water flowed out from between Chun Hao's eyebrows, instantly drowning Chun Hao and Chen Xiaoqing. Chen Xiaoqing. Just as Chen Xiaoqing was disturbed by the spiritual spring and her mind was in shock, old god's old and heart-stirring voice suddenly sounded in Chen Xiaoqing's mind. Master has fallen into the demonic barrier of the love of the 7 emotions and the 6 desires. This is Master's greatest inner demon. Although the main cause is not you, it was touched by you. Now, I want you to sacrifice yourself for Master. Are you willing? Willing. I am willing. As long as I can save Master. This servant is willing even if I can never be reincarnated. That's great. When the formation is activated, Master's inner demon illusion will appear before your eyes. If you see yourself, that will be the time for you to sacrifice yourself for Master. As for what to do, when you see the illusion, you will naturally understand. Yes. Although Chen Xiaoqing didn't know who the old voice in her mind was, she responded without hesitation. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Division commanders and commanders of Donglu City, those who have not yet logged into the second world, please log in immediately and receive the message. In the independent space, Chun Shui and Long Ting suddenly sensed the notification and fluctuation from the independent space's barrier and immediately heard the notification from the aircraft manager. Receive the message? It should be information about the other 9 galaxies or the primitive secret realm. Log in and take a look. Chun Shui had already tempered herself to the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. As she couldn't contact anyone at the moment, it was useless for her to log in to the second world. Therefore, she had not logged in. As for Long Ting, she only logged in once every 1 or 2 days to see if she could detect Chun Hao's aura. In these 2 months, Long Ting was a little puzzled that Chun Hao still hadn't appeared. However, she didn't care too much about it. In these few years, Chun Hao had not contacted her for a few months or even half a year. Now, it had only been slightly more than 2 months. Chun Shui and Long Ting did not hesitate and logged into the second world. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Continuous notifications were heard. There were more than 100,000 of them, and each of them indicated that the sender was from the vast Universe Galaxy Alliance. The title of each message indicated the race, combat strength ranking, and name. There are so many messages. This is obviously the introduction of the top 10,000 elites from the other 9 tribes. Were the other 10,000 messages? Long Ting and Chun Shui, who were in 2 different places in the second world, as well as the cultivators who had just received the news, quickly opened the first message, then the second, the third. Every time a message was opened, the image of the foreign race expert that the message introduced would appear in the mind of the cultivator. Moreover, just like the real person, the image exuded a powerful aura. At the same time, a set of numbers would be marked above the image. What does this set of numbers mean? Just as everyone was puzzled, an explanation automatically appeared next to the numbers. It turned out that this was the combat strength of the cultivators from the 10 galaxies who had entered the primitive secret realm. The highest combat strength was 10 million. Phew! What a powerful aura. It's just an image, and it's already so powerful. A combat strength of 9,600,000. If I were to meet him, I would have to avoid him. He must be much more powerful than Moling Takshu. Long Ting looked at the Wing Tribe's #1 elite, Wu Hen, in shock. She then flipped to the 2nd, 3rd, and 10th ranking of the Wing Tribe. After that, Long Ting stopped looking at the Wing Tribe and switched to the Bug Tribe, followed by the Dark Demon Tribe, Spectre Tribe, Elf Tribe, Succubus Tribe, Protoss Tribe, Heavenly Fiend Tribe, and the most complicated tribe in the 10 galaxies, the Tyrants. The Tyrants were the most complicated because they gathered members from the 9 major clans and countless other minor clans. It could be said that the Tyrants had cultivators from all the different clans. They welcomed everyone, regardless of which clan you were from. If you couldn't stay in your original clan and wanted to leave, the Tyrants were the best choice. Basically, it was an alliance of traders from all the major clans. Of course, the Tyrants had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Most of the cultivators were born and raised in the Tyrants. The Tyrants were so powerful that they had no feelings for the tribes that they belonged to. In their historical records, their ancestors were oppressed and persecuted by their original tribes. That was how they became members of the Tyrants. Because of this, the conflicts between the Tyrants and the other tribes were undoubtedly the most intense. Similarly, because the Tyrants contained the pure bloodlines of various tribes, they had spies all over the other tribes. It was impossible to guard against them. Therefore, they were also the most well-informed. There were pros and cons. For the same reason, the well-informed Tyrants were also the easiest for the other tribes to infiltrate. It was impossible to guard against them. The direct result of this situation was that there were no secrets among the 10 galaxies. Especially for a large-scale operation like the primitive secret realm, the Tyrants had become the transit station for information. The Tyrants had planted a large number of spies in the other tribes. They obtained first-hand information and sent it back to the Tyrants. The Tyrants then passed it on to the cultivators who participated in the operation. The spies among the cultivators from the other tribes were also sent back. This process repeated several times and was constantly perfected. What secrets were there to speak of? The Protoss, the Bug Tribe, and the Tyrants are so powerful. There are dozens of them with combat power above 900. In terms of top elites, the other tribes can't be compared to them at all. The top 10 in the Divine Temple should have combat power of 9 million. As for the rest, it's impossible. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Long Ting, Chun Shui, and all the cultivators who were above the commander rank were checking the situation of the 9 tribes, they received a message from Red Target Awakening. You can check your combat power through this message and compare your combat power to know your position. This is not bad. All the human cultivators chose to check their combat power after receiving this message. 3,465,702? Only this much? Xiao Shui, have you checked? How much is it? After checking her combat power in the second world, Long Ting felt immense pressure. In a spaceship, her real body in the independent space looked at Chun Shui and asked, 3,140,000. Chun Shui said with a serious expression, I've seen that the other 9 races who can enter the top 10,000 have at least a combat power of 3,500,000. I guess they're the same as you, at the level of a commander. That's true. Let's take a look first and sense our aura. We should know our general situation. The combat power should be determined according to the aura in the second world. Mine is definitely not necessarily higher than yours by a little. You're older than me. Chun Shui glared at the smug Long Ting and said, Older? Xiao Shui, don't exaggerate. I'm only 5 years older than you. Even if I'm older than you by a few decades, we're still the same age. How dare you say that I'm older? I'm so angry. Chen Hao still hasn't contacted me. I wonder what his combat power is. I estimate at least 4 million. For million, this test is just for reference. It's not very accurate. I didn't say that his real combat power is only 4 million. Look at how excited you are. Long Ting looked at Chun Shui's expression and said, First update. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 670. That's more like it, Chun Shui said. Then she frowned slightly and said, Little Ting, it's been more than 2 months, and he hasn't contacted you. I feel something is wrong. What's wrong? He used to not contact me for months. But it's different now. Even if his real body enters the second world, he doesn't have to worry about anything. Even if he's fighting in the second world, he should let us know. That's true. But don't worry. Nothing can happen in the aircraft. When we reach the entrance of the primitive secret realm, we will definitely see him. Okay. The two of them talked for a while, then they started to open the messages one by one and imprint the information in their minds. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you know what's going on. If they met in the primitive secret realm, they could make a decision quickly. Remember, you have to enter his illusion with your real body. Blend the real with the illusion and break the illusion. You have to be gentle. You have to be meticulous and guide the movements in the illusion. 2 days ago, when Chun Shui, Long Ting, and the others received news, there was a knock on the door of Chun Hao's top classroom in the aircraft. Unfortunately, there was no response. At this moment, the cultivation room was completely closed. Under the guidance of Old God, Itoda, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise had set up a mysterious array together. It was overflowing with spring light, and it was very charming. Chun Shaoqing tossed and turned under the ferocious and powerful attack. She gasped for breath and moaned uncontrollably. She was in pain, but happy at the same time. But she held on to a trace of clarity in her mind, and the last words of the old voice echoed in her mind. The so-called sacrifice she thought was dying for Chun Hao, but she didn't expect it was just sacrificing her body. The mysterious array seemed to be connected with Chun Hao's mind and soul. All kinds of emotions and desires that surged in Chun Hao's mind made Chun Shaoqing shocked. Although she wasn't the person involved, she almost lost her mind. The illusion that was full of joys and sorrows, the impermanence of gathering and dispersing, the venting of desires and so on, could be expressed incisively and vividly with just a look and a movement. It was full of confusion. In fact, if it wasn't for the protection left by the old god, Chun Shaoqing would have fallen into it at the beginning, let alone waiting for an opportunity. The reason was very simple. Even though she wasn't the person involved, she'd already given her soul to Chun Hao. Moreover, she'd given it to him willingly. She was willing to be a slave for all eternity and give up everything for Chun Hao. Therefore, the situation of Chun Hao in the image would make her feel moved. Finally, when Chun Hao's breath of life was getting weaker and weaker, almost to the point of dying, Chun Shaoqing grasped the rhythm of Chun Hao's illusion and took the initiative to attack. Although the female lead in the image was not her, but a girl who was much more beautiful and powerful than her, she didn't care at all. As long as she could help Chun Hao, everything was worth it. Originally, it was just an illusion. Chun Hao's body remained unchanged like a statue, and he didn't move at all. But as Chun Shaoqing took the initiative to attack with a blushing face and coordinated with the movements in the illusion, gradually, the real and the illusion merged into one. Chun Hao's real body naturally moved the same way as he did in the illusion. Chun Shaoqing, on the other hand, was trying to capture the woman in the illusion and maintain the exact same posture as her. So, there was the scene of the room full of spring just now. After the real and the illusion merged into one, Chun Hao, whose breath of life and spirit were weak to the extreme, automatically began to recover. The energy of heaven and earth in the top-grade spiritual spring that filled the entire space began to be absorbed by Chun Hao's body at an amazing speed. This meant that although Chun Hao did not get out of the demon's barrier, his soul and mind had established a connection with his body. To be exact, his mind was drifting out of the demon's barrier little by little. Finally, when Chun Shaoqing could no longer control herself and let out a high-pitched moan, Chun Hao's movements became crazier and more ferocious at this moment. The illusion and reality were separated. In the face of the surging and continuous attack, Chun Shaoqing's mind was blank. After an unknown period of time, she finally fainted But Chun Hao still did not stop, nor was he able to enter the state of spiritual and physical integration. He was still immersed in the demon's barrier, maintaining the same posture and the same movements as him in the illusion. And Chun Shaoqing, who fainted, became a little sheep at his mercy. She was dying and coming back to life. Hiss! For hours later, the scene changed, and they entered the next illusionary realm. It was also at this time that Chun Shaoqing was released by the unconscious Chun Hao. She fell heavily to the ground and collapsed on the ground. Buzz! At the same time, the divine thoughts left in Chun Shaoqing's mind shook slightly, and Chun Shaoqing, who was sore and weak, woke up. Chun Shaoqing abruptly opened his eyes, and when he saw that he was standing proudly like a lively dragon and not moving again, he felt slightly relieved. At this moment, Chun Hao's hair, eyebrows, and beard had once again become a shiny black color. He was full of energy and vitality, and his life aura was majestic. Moreover, he was even stronger than when he was in his peak state before he fell into the demonic barrier. Obviously, Chun Hao's abnormal automatic recovery ability and the nourishment of Chun Shaoqing's vital yin had allowed him to reach a higher level of enlightenment. And Chun Shaoqing, who had lost her vital yin, was extremely weak and lost her luster because she did not enter the state of spiritual and physical integration. Chun Shaoqing, you did a good job, but you have to hold on. Calm your mind and start to recover. As long as there is an illusion of yin and yang blending, you have to be like this time. Don't worry about what I see. I'm not a human being at all. I'm just Master's device spirit. So, you don't have to worry. Yes, suddenly hearing the old voice of the old god again, Chun Shaoqing subconsciously covered her breasts and private parts, feeling uneasy and ashamed. Fortunately, the old god explained, which made her feel a little relieved. Time passed day by day. Chun Shaoqing could not remember how many times she had been knocked out by Chun Hao, nor could she describe her feelings, but she knew that she had to continue until Chun Hao got through the demon's barrier. Whether it was her, the old god, the treasure-hunting sword spirit, Itoda, or the others, the only thing they were worried about was that Chun Hao still could not get out of the demon's barrier when the aircraft arrived at the primitive secret area. If that was the case, Chun Hao would lose the opportunity to enter the primitive secret area, unless they woke up Chun Hao. But even the old god did not dare to wake up Chun Hao directly. The only hope was that Chun Shaoqing could persist until Chun Hao's desire was really satisfied in the demon's barrier and enter the state of spiritual and physical integration. Only then could Chun Shaoqing wake him up. But based on the current situation, it seemed that the overly sensitive Chun Shaoqing would be conquered by the ferocious Chun Hao very quickly and be tortured to death. Of course, the most important thing was that the old god did not want to wake Chun Hao up. Instead, he hoped that Chun Hao could get through the demon's barrier in one go. Even if he entered the primitive secret area later or did not enter at all, it was worth it. As an ancient spiritual treasure, he knew that after entering the primitive secret area, with Chun Hao's strength, luck, and the treasure-hunting sword spirit that could unleash a stronger ability, as well as the cultivators of the 9 great clans and the internal cultivators of the human clan, it was an excellent opportunity for Chun Hao to gain experience in all aspects. But in the eyes of the old god, Chun Hao's emotional barrier was more important than anything else. It was just that Chun Shaoqing had to suffer. Illusions continued to appear. Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, Tantai Lian, Chen Shui, the beautiful sisters of the Lung clan, Long Ting, and even Xiao Mei, all of them appeared one after another. Every time, Chun Shaoqing would be filled with anticipation and fear at the same time. Only when the beautiful sisters appeared at the same time would she only watch. There was no other way. The beautiful sisters were both appearing at the same time. Chun Shaoqing still had no way to split herself into two and substitute Chun Hao into one of reality and illusion, so she could only watch. But from beginning to end, Chun Shaoqing herself did not appear. The illusions were like a realistic representation of the future. They looked like individual illusions, but as time passed, all the illusions seemed to be connected together. Chun Hao's sister, Chun Yin, also appeared. But in the illusions, there was no romantic scene. Chen Yan's ending was that she left sadly. Even though there was no sound and only an image, Chen Shaoqing could tell that Chen Yan's expression, actions, and mouth shape in the illusions had dealt a huge blow to Chen Hao in the illusions. Every woman, to be exact, brought harm to Chen Hao in the end, or even killed. The origin of the illusions was because of Chen Hao's misgivings and inner demons. Every time, Chen Hao would feel a heart-wrenching pain as he allowed his opponent to leave or allow his opponent to kill him. Wrong. It was all because of her, wasn't it? 5 months later. What made Chen Shaoqing almost scream was that she actually appeared in the illusions. It was the first time she had appeared. Everyone, we will reach the entrance of the primitive mystic realm in 10 days. The primitive mystic realm will open in about a month. Everyone, please adjust yourselves to peak condition. Everyone, a few months ago, the spacecrafts had become a huge army. In the entire mission, the 50 legions had gathered together. There were a total of 500,000 spacecrafts densely packed together. At this time, the voice of the controller of the aircrafts could be heard from every aircraft. The chaotic space they were in now was extremely dark. There were no star fragments or light. There was only a raging space storm. The defense systems of the aircrafts were fully activated to resist. Similarly, in the depths of the chaotic space far away, there were also huge aircrafts in other directions. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 671. East Flow City, Flying Ship 1. It's been 5 months. How infuriating. He hasn't contacted me in such a long time. If I didn't know that nothing could have happened to him in the flying ship. Long Ting was like an ant on a hot pan. She had completely lost it 2 months ago. How could it be like this? Long Ting could understand not contacting him for 2 to 3 months or even half a year. But now, he was about to enter the primal mystic realm. After obtaining the information, let alone Long Ting, even the strongest person of the human race this time, felt like a mountain was pear. But Chen Hao hadn't contacted her for an entire 5 months. This was too outrageous. I think he should have something. Although Chan Shui wasn't as impatient as Long Ting, the worry in her eyes was even stronger than Long Ting's. Something? What could it be? I don't know. But if it wasn't something, he wouldn't have not contacted us for such a long time. Whether it's you, me, or Xiao Wu and the others at this time, it's impossible that he didn't tell us something. He just finished his training. If he were to enter the second world, he would definitely be training in the arena or training grounds. There's no reason for him not to contact you. The only possibility is that he didn't enter the second world. Could it be that he couldn't bear to spend? That's impossible. Long Ting frowned. They had their own independent space and could enter the second world at any time. But they had also heard that in the entire East Flow City, only the cultivators above the rank of captain could receive such treatment. The other flying ships all had to be paid for. But with Long Ting's understanding of Chen Hao, there was no reason for him to be unwilling to spend. Immortal origin crystals were just a pile of rubbish to him. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly wipe out the top families. Let's comprehend. I can't think of any other reason. It's already been 5 months. We're about to reach the entrance of the primal mystic realm. Forget it. When we arrive, we can still find him without entering the second world. Long Ting is ranked 154. Bailey Ningbing is ranked 161. And Long Yi is ranked 389. The Long family is really powerful, and they're at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth Celestial stage. Just based on their battle strength, Long Yi will definitely become a disciple of the temple. Bailey Ningbing is also powerful. The small, limitless planet has completely changed its fortunes. Yes. Chen Hao from Awuji Star hasn't checked his combat power yet, but since he passed the test and got the qualification to enter, he must be very strong. That's for sure. In just 3 to 4 years, he was able to advance to the Earth Celestial stage and didn't join any forces. He must be quite awesome. However, compared to Bailey Ning Bing, he's definitely lacking. The results of the preliminary test will indeed differ from the real situation. Things like luck and opportunity can't be determined through the test. Bailey Ning Bing entered the Perpetual Life sect first and then became a disciple of the Divine Temple. Her luck is unparalleled. She's just a little worse than Long Ting's. Otherwise, she wouldn't be weaker than Long Ting. What's the point of discussing him? No matter how strong he was now, he would still die in a few years. There's no doubt about it. In World 2, in Yang City, in the center of the Alliance, enormous pagoda steels 3,000 meters wide and 300,000 meters tall appeared in all of the public squares. The steels were covered with glittering golden names. Only the names at the bottom of the pagoda steels were gray. All the names on the steels were golden. Behind the names were the eye-catching combat strength value, cultivation level, force they belonged to, and place of origin. Almost all of the names were from planets that were in the same area as the Yang star. Only a few were not from the Yang star, but they had set off from a Yang star to participate in the primitive mystic realm. 99% of the forces they belonged to were also under the Yang star's rule. Even Chun Hao's name was at the bottom of the pagoda steels. The reason was that he hadn't checked his combat strength value in World 2, so he wasn't ranked at the moment. It could be said that the names on the pagoda steels belonged to all the cultivators from the Yang star who had participated in the primitive mystic realm, as well as all the outsiders who had participated in the primitive mystic realm from the Yang star legion. For example, Chun Hao and Long Ting's names would appear in World 2, Yang City. Similarly, their names would appear in East Flow City, where he was, and Golden Harbor City, where East Flow City was a part of. He would be listed on the pagoda steels in all three places. Cultivators like Chun Hao, Long Ting, Long Yi, and Bailey Ningbing, who hadn't set off from the Yang star, would be listed on the pagoda steels as long as they had been born within the Yang star's territory. Only about 1% of the Yang star legion's army of 10 million people, which was about 100,000 people. The most eye-catching people were precisely this 1% or so. This was because the forces they belonged to were basically the top forces in the vast universe galaxy. The most eye-catching people were undoubtedly the experts sent by the Sacred Temple who were above the rank of commander. The Sacred Temple had sent 222 disciples who were above the rank of commander. Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing were the only two Sacred Temple disciples who didn't belong to the Yang Star Legion. Long Yi was a disciple of the Death Door sect, and also didn't belong to the Yang Star Legion. However, the names of these three people were frequently mentioned in the crowd. Of course, when the three of them are mentioned, Chun Hao would be mentioned. However, Chun Hao's affairs were no longer a secret on the Wuji star. Until now, no one believed that Chun Hao would be able to survive the appointed battle in 10 years. At the same time, every city in the Second World was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless cultivators, regardless of whether they were human immortals, earth immortals, or celestial immortals, had gathered in huge squares at the center of the Alliance. However, this was only a small commotion. Once the primitive mystic realm was officially opened, it would definitely be unprecedentedly lively. When the time came, a huge pagoda, steel thousands of miles tall and tens of thousands of miles long, would appear. It would be the overall ranking of the 500 million cultivators in the human army. The ranking wouldn't be a ranking of combat strength, but a ranking of the contribution points each cultivator had earned to the human race. It would also display the main deeds they had done in the primitive mystic realm, such as the foreign races they had obtained and killed. In addition, important news would be transmitted to every cultivator in the Second World from time to time. This was a grand event that would shake the entire world of cultivators regardless of their realms. It was a grand event to win Chi luck. Moreover, it wasn't just the human race. The other 9 groups also used their own methods of information transmission to announce all the news in the primitive mystic realm, including every person and every event. In a square in Yang City, 2 middle-aged men stood proudly among the crowd. Although one of them had concealed his aura, the surrounding cultivators, including the masters of the Heaven Immortal stage, felt that he was unfathomable. The other middle-aged man's aura was slightly weaker, but he was also a master of the heaven immortal stage. Junior brother's name is still Gray. Senior brother, is junior brother not going to check his combat strength? Or is he still worried about something? I don't know the reason either. However, when we last communicated, I felt that he wouldn't be worried about anything. Based on the image in the second world, I can confirm that his combat strength is definitely around 4 million. The peak of the initial stage of the Earth Immortal stage. Around 4 million. Doesn't that mean he's more powerful than most of the cultivators who are at the same level as the group leaders? That's the truth. Second junior brother, our junior brother. I have a feeling that in less than 10 years, this time, the primitive mystic realm of the Earth Immortal stage, his name will be known throughout the entire world of cultivators. The world of cultivators in the 10 galaxies. If that's the case, won't the Valley of Happiness be alerted? At that time, they will definitely hire an invincible heaven immortal. Second junior brother, if our youngest junior brother can cause a sensation in the world of cultivators in the 10 galaxies, do you think the Divine Palace will sit by and watch him die in the hands of an invincible heaven immortal? We'll see when the time comes. Let's go. We'll come again when the primitive mystic realm opens. Okay, these two people were the first and second disciples of the patriarch of the Wuji sect, Chunhao's eldest senior brother, Gu Chun, and his second senior brother, whom he had never met or contacted before. Similarly, before Gu Chun and his second senior brother came, Guan Nanchao and Lu Qingyang, the two big shots of the Wuji sect, also came to see the pagoda stele. Guan Nanchao was delighted to see Bailey Ningbing, who was high up in the air, and he felt extremely honored. Seeing that Chunhao still didn't show his combat strength, they were also confused. However, they also knew that once Chunhao checked his combat strength, it would be more dazzling than Bailey Ningbing's. This was the reality that Guan Nanchao had to admit. As for the people from the Happy Valley, they were still in the dark. They only knew that Chunhao, who had disappeared for a few years, had made shocking progress and passed the test to obtain the qualification to enter the primitive mystic realm. Seeing that Chunhao's name still didn't show his combat strength, they only felt disdain in their hearts. They thought that Chunhao was still worried about them. However, their only worry now was that Chunhao had obtained some great opportunity in the primitive mystic realm. When that time came, it would attract the attention of the Divine Temple, and they would intervene. That would be bad. However, this was only a slight worry. After all, although Chunhao's progress was shocking and he was able to pass the test at the initial stage of the Earth Celestial stage, he was definitely a figure in the vast universe galaxy's Genius Guild. However, among these cultivators who were basically at the peak of the advanced stage of the Earth Celestial stage, his strength couldn't be that high. At the very least, he was far inferior to Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing, who had entered the Divine Temple. Unfortunately, if they knew that Bailey Ningbing had been trampled by Chunhao after entering the Divine Temple, they wouldn't think so. Chance. Chen Xiaoqing, this is our chance. A chance to help him break through his demonic barrier. Remember, start with the illusion. No matter what, persist until your body and soul merge with the illusion. Once your body and soul merge, follow the illusion and cooperate with him. However, in the end, you have to go against the illusion and treat him with your own heart, not the way you treated him in the illusion. Do you understand what I mean? When he saw Chen Xiaoqing appear in Chunhao's demonic barrier for the first time, Old God was excited and instantly seized the best opportunity to help Chunhao break through his demonic barrier. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 672. Cause and Effect, Tie the Bell and Untie the Bell. Chen Xiaoqing, who was originally insignificant, could not even be considered as the fuse. After all, Chunhao was only a little conflicted about how to deal with her. The real fuse was completely the old god's words. Similarly, the one who controlled all of this was also the old god. But at the beginning, Chen Xiaoqing, who made Chunhao feel awkward, who made the old god fly into a rage and was willing to give up everything at the last moment, broke out of her cocoon and blossomed into a bright light, triggering Chun Hao's sword of spiritual wisdom. Rumble, rumble. In the final moment of the fusion of spirit and flesh, Chun Shaoqing followed the old god's instructions and reversed the illusion. When Chun Shaoqing broke through the shackles of the soul in Chun Hao's body and reversed the illusion, it stirred up an insignificant ripple. However, the ripple quickly spread and seeped into the depths of Chun Hao's soul, who was immersed in the demonic repellent. Then, Chun Hao, who was immersed in the demonic repellent, caught a hint of abnormality. The light of intelligence began to bloom, and the insignificant ripple began to surge and grow. In the end, it evolved into a monstrous wave. Finally, a loud rumble began to erupt in Chun Hao's mind. Disillusionment. Reality. This is reality. Inner demon. Inner demon. Has it been broken? Chun Hao's consciousness completely returned to his body. He could clearly feel the petite body that was tightly hugging him, clamping him, and crazily kissing him. She wanted to use this passionate, unreserved, and intense action to tell him that she wasn't the person in the illusion. She wasn't now, and she wouldn't be in the future. Chun Hao did not open his eyes. He was still quietly feeling, thinking, had been broken or not. Although Chun Hao could clearly feel that his state of mind and soul had once again undergone a qualitative transformation, but he could not be sure, because the person in his arms was Chun Shaoqing. She was a stranger he had met by chance, and she was willing to give up everything for him because he had saved her. Even though he had broken the illusion, her status and identity seemed too weak. To be exact, she couldn't be compared to Chun Shui and the others. Just like how a dike of 1,000 miles could be destroyed by an ant's nest, the destruction brought by Chun Shaoqing was only the beginning of the birth of an ant's nest. It was far from the level of dike destruction. Phew! Anyway, it's starting. Chun Hao abruptly opened his eyes and hugged Chun Shaoqing back. Ah, master, you're awake. Chun Shaoqing's face, which was already flushed from the intense exercise, turned completely red at this moment. Her entire body stiffened, and she didn't dare to move at all, nor did she have the strength to move at all. It's all right. Thank you for your hard work. Chun Hao only glanced at the surrounding scene, and then associated it with the realistic experience in the illusion. He basically understood how much time had passed, what he had experienced, and what Chun Shaoqing had done. Otherwise, his life force, essence, and spirit would not be at their peak state. It's not hard at all. To be able to serve Master is Shaoqing's fortune. Chun Shaoqing had just finished speaking when she closed her eyes. With a soft smile on her face, she fell into a deep sleep. Tired. She was too tired, whether it was her mind or her body. She had reached her limit. Slowly coming out of Chun Shaoqing's body, Chun Hao's forehead shone with a dazzling light that directly enveloped him. Immediately, Chun Shaoqing disappeared in front of him. Take good care of her. Don't worry, master, old god replied. Hiss. With a flash of light, Chun Hao appeared in Yang City of the second world. Beep, beep, beep. A continuous stream of information notifications came. Even though Chun Hao had long been prepared for the news, he did not expect it to be so many. More than 100,000 messages. With a glance, Chun Hao understood what was going on. Without opening any of them or looking at them in detail, Chun Hao directly called Long Ting. After not contacting Long Ting for 5 months, Chun Hao knew how anxious this girl was. As for Chun Shui, he could not contact her in the second world, so he did not need to worry. However, Chun Hao did not know that Long Ting had already gotten together with Chun Shui long ago. Little Shui, he's here. In the second world, Long Ting, who suddenly received a communication request from Chun Hao, screamed excitedly in her true body in the independent space of the aircraft and said to Chun Shui excitedly, You still remember to come up? After connecting the call, Long Ting directly asked angrily, What's going on? Don't you know we'll be anxious? Sister Ting, I had an accident and fell into a demonic barrier. Luckily, I woke up in time. Demonic barrier? Long Ting was shocked. She immediately looked at Chen Shui. He fell into a demonic barrier. Yes, I just came out and contacted you as soon as I went online. All right, don't worry. Oh, have you seen the message? You're going alone this time. You must be careful. I haven't had time to see it. Then take a look first. We'll reach the entrance of the primitive mystic realm in less than 10 days. The estimated opening time is 1 month later. Take a look at your own combat power and compare it with. Check my combat power. Yes. This time, according to the information we've received, we've used the same combat power calculation method for all the Earth's celestial stage experts who are participating in the primitive mystic realm. The highest combat power is 10 million. You'll understand when you see the message you've received. All right, that's all for now. Wait, let me tell you something. Little Shui is with me. Also, I helped her refine pills. Pills? Nirvana pills? That's right. Ha ha. I've discussed it with little Shui. When the time comes, you'll contribute more blood essence to refine pills for Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, Lung Ninghuan, and Lung Ningle. Although it won't do you any good, it'll do them a lot of good. When the time comes, you'll just have to continuously consume Nirvana pills, and the problem will be solved. Cough, cough. That's a good feeling. It's just that I'm suffering. I'll take my leave first. I'll serve you well. He. Goodbye. Long Ting looked at Chun Hao's image teasingly before cutting off the connection. Chun Hao smiled and began to scan the information in his mind. Instantly, he saw the eye-catching combat power information in red. After opening it, Chun Hao took a deep breath. In an instant, he raised his energy to the maximum in the second world and tapped on the test. Beep, beep, beep. Your combat power is 7,849.05. Swoosh. The moment Chun Hao saw his combat power value, a brilliant light suddenly flashed from the bottom of the pagoda steels erected in the countless plazas of the Alliance of Yang City, East Flow City, and Golden Harbor City in the second world. The countless cultivators who were looking at the pagoda steels immediately caught the source of the light. Chun Hao's name. A gray name. Hiss. Soon after, the name on the entire pagoda steel began to ripple like water. Chun Hao's golden name slowly rose up and continued to rise. Yang City. Ah, Chun Hao. Wuji planets. Chun Hao's combat power is out. Chun Hao's test? F*CK. It's still rising. No way. He surpassed Long. More than 100 miles of ice. He surpassed Long Ting. This, when Chun Hao's name still didn't show his specific combat strength, it had already caused a huge uproar as it continued to rise. On the Ying planet, it could be said that Chun Hao's name was known by almost everyone. Although he had been silent for a few years, Long Ting and Bailey Ningbing, who were related to him, were always mentioned along with their names. In fact, many people were looking forward to seeing Chun Hao's future. Although most of them thought that Chun Hao would die, they were still curious to see how far he would go. No. Is this real? When Chun Hao's name slowed down, it surpassed all the disciples of the sanctum and showed no signs of stopping. When it started to surpass a master with a combat power of 6,640,000, everyone was stunned. They could not believe what they were seeing. And it did not stop. Number 3, combat power of 7,849.05. Is this possible? Although the human celestial realm cultivators did not know, they were impressed. The Earth's celestial realm cultivators who did not have the strength to enter the primitive secret realm wanted to kill themselves. They were all Earth celestials, but Chun Hao was at the peak of the early stage Earth celestial realm. The heavenly celestial realm cultivators were a little dumbfounded. It was not that the heavenly celestial realm cultivators were not as good as Chun Hao's combat power, but they knew better than anyone what it meant for someone at the peak of the early stage Earth celestial realm to reach third place, second only to the 2 sanctum disciples of Yang planet who were at the peak of the late stage Earth celestial realm. Beep, beep, beep. Valley Master. Chun Hao's combat power has increased. Heavenly Master Qin Yang. Chun Hao's combat power is out. He's so powerful. Heavenly Master Nan Chao, Heavenly Master Gu Chun, Family Master. At this moment, Messages were being sent to Happy Valley, Wuji Planet, Demonic Ant Planet, the Shiman family, the Alliance Enforcer Group, and so on. At the same time, there was a huge commotion in East Flow City and Golden Harbor City. For the time being, East Flow City only ranked the combat power masters. The Sanctum disciple, Chun Lin, was at the top of the list without any suspense. However, a name that suddenly appeared soared into the sky and reached the top of the list. This was a small soldier with no identity or background. He did not belong to any major faction. He was born on a small planet under the jurisdiction of Yang Planet, but it was a small planet that everyone was familiar with. Chen Hao. Up until this moment, no one had paid any attention to Chen Hao, whose name was gray at the bottom of the tower steel, but at this moment, it brought about a storm in East Flow City. Many people recalled the name that had shaken the vast universe galaxy a few years ago, Infinite Star of the Yang Star region, Chen Hao. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 673. In the Golden Harbor City, Chen Hao, a mere soldier, was ranked 8th. Only the commander, deputy commander, and 4 division commanders were ranked higher than Chen Hao. When eldest senior brother Gu Chun received Chen Hao's combat power, his expression was one of embarrassment, shame, and shame. Damn it, he had estimated that Chen Hao's combat power would be around 4 million, and this was already taking into account the maximum weakening effect of the video. But at this moment, it was completely overturned. Chen Hao's combat power was close to 785 points, which was almost twice his estimate. Cough cough. Second junior brother. That youngest junior brother's combat power is out. It's a little different from my estimation. Gu Chun said awkwardly. Oh, is the difference a little too big? It's a little big. It's almost twice the difference. That's still more than 20,000 points. It's quite rare for someone at the peak of the beginner stage of Earth Celestial to have a combat power of more than 20,000 points. After all, youngest junior brother did not join any of the top factions. It seems like he was affected by it. Cough cough. Second junior brother, our youngest junior brother's combat power is 7,849.05. What? This is too powerful. Brother Nanshao, you're really wise and powerful. Phew, I can't believe it either. How is this possible? How is this possible? He's only at the peak of the beginner stage of Earth Celestial, and he has such a terrifying combat power. He's even more powerful than the geniuses at the peak of the latter stage of Earth Celestial from the Sanctum. Phew, it seems like the battle in 10 years is going to be troublesome. Valley Master, this kid is too scary. No matter what, we have to kill him. Otherwise, when he grows up, I'm afraid that the Happy Valley, you immediately summon the Demonic Ant Planet and all the planets that have conflicts with this kid. Inform them of the seriousness of this matter. Those who should contribute should contribute. By the way, inform the Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall to join in as well. Come up with a plan as soon as possible and go to the vast universe Sanctum to bribe them at all costs. As long as the Sanctum doesn't interfere, it's fine. Also, contact some of the top heavenly celestial elites in the vast universe galaxy. Those who are interested should sign a contract with this kid before he becomes too famous. Yes, Valley Master. The Valley Master of the Valley of Happiness was well aware of what such a heaven-defying combat power meant, especially when he thought about how Chen Hao had been in hiding for the past few years. Once his name truly shook the vast universe galaxy, the temple would make an exception and forcefully intervene in this matter, and the 10-year agreement would most likely be voided. Therefore, they had to bribe the higher-ups of the sacred temple who were in charge of the Yang planet. At the same time, they had to sign a contract with the famous celestial immortal realm masters in the vast universe galaxy in advance. If they delayed any longer, those celestial immortal realm masters might have scruples and be unwilling to take action. 7,849,005 in Yang City in the Second World, Chen Hao had no idea what kind of sensation his combat power had caused. Instead, he looked at the numbers and shook his head frankly. Nirvana elixir, 9-layered mystical fire, 9-layered mystical ice. My body is much stronger than Long Ting's at her peak. The state of I am heaven and earth are me is my normal state. Plus, my biggest inner demon has broken through the first step. My soul, will, comprehension of the heavenly way, and the realm of swordsmanship have all reached the level of a half-step heavenly celestial. And I'm a super genius half-step heavenly celestial. My combat skills are also on my path. My foundation is solid, and there's no weakness. How can I only get 7,850,000 points in such a state? I'm afraid that only a genius at the peak of the late Earth celestial stage can achieve this. Chun Hao thought gloomily in his heart. In his opinion, the full score of 10 million points could only be achieved by the top elites of all the races and Earth celestial stage elites who had participated in the primitive secret realm. Ordinary elites should have more than 9 million points. Even more ordinary ones should have more than 8 million points. Middle-grade elites should have more than 7 million points. At least he had been a captain when he took the test, or maybe even more. After all, he was not a disciple of the divine temples. No matter how good his test results were, he cannot be a captain. But now, his combat power was so low. However, when the gloomy Chun Hao clicked on the introductions of the elites of the 9 galaxies, he was dumbfounded after comparison. He knew how abnormal his combat power was. Obviously, the evaluation of combat power was not the way he thought it was at all. Awesome too awesome. Chun Hao from the Wuji planet, after a few years of silence, is ranked 3rd in terms of combat power, second only to the commander and deputy commander of our Yang planet. This is incredible. Yes, he's definitely the #1 genius on our Yang planet. Moreover, he's unprecedented. Judging from his current stage, that's true. But it's hard to say whether he can survive or not. At this moment, Chun Hao, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the street in Yang City and wearing a black bamboo hat, heard the conversations of the passers-by. Many people were talking about him. How did they find out so quickly? Curious, Chun Hao stepped onto the main road and asked a strange cultivator. Only then did he learn that there was a ranking on the pagoda stele in the center of the alliance. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone, the signal of the second world is about to disappear. Please exit normally within 10 minutes. Just as Chun Hao was about to go to the square in the center of the alliance, a message came to his mind. Beep, beep, beep. Long Ting, who also received the message, immediately called Chun Hao and asked directly, "What's your combat power? How much do you have?" Chun Hao smiled faintly. He, who already knew how awesome he was, naturally revealed a smug expression. "I have 46 million. Xiaoxue has 14 million. How much do you have? Tell me quickly, it's too late." "Haha, twice as much as yours, twice as much. Add another 800,000. Well, that's about it." "Haha." Chun Hao looked at Long Ting's widened eyes and could not help but laugh proudly. "Brother Hao, you're so fierce. Haha. This is not fierce. When we do that, you'll know how fierce I am. Pervert. Get off now." Long Ting said coquettishly. She was not shy. Instead, she looked at Chun Hao provocatively and seductively and cut off the call. After that, it turned into Chun Shue's dumbstruck expression and the pride she felt because of Chun Hao. The commotion caused by Chun Hao's battle prowess was not limited to this. And it was not as simple as that. This was because Chun Hao's ranking and information directly attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the human race. This was more direct and violent than Chun Hao's heaven-defying preliminary test results a few years ago. At the same time, the information obtained by the other 9 galaxies also changed at the fastest speed. Oh, Brother Qinlin, don't. I receive news about Chun Hao. In the independent space of the aircraft, Chun Lin took his hand away from the plump breasts of the Panese side current and asked. He was not in a hurry. If he wanted to deal with the Panese side current, he would have done it in these 5 months. There was no need to wait until now. First, he had to pay attention to his image. If he did it now, it would seem that he was too impatient. Moreover, Long Ting was in his aircraft. Second, the Panny's side current still had a lot of room for improvement. If he settled the relationship and aided in the future, the taste would naturally be better and the harvest would be greater. Therefore, right now, he was just addicted to his mouth, hands, and eyes. Well, Chen Hao's combat power, oh, how did it exceed 4 million? Brother Moling asked me to take care of him. Chun Lin saw the expression of the Panny's side current and intuitively felt that Chen Hao's combat power should be a bit high, but he did not care at all. He smiled and said proudly, "More than 5 million? Yes, Brother Chen Lin, very high. Even I don't believe it." Maybe there is a problem with the combat power evaluation. Panny's side current turned her gaze to the side and whispered. She knew very well that in front of a man, talking about how strong another man was not what a smart woman should do. However, she was in the Panny's side current city in the second world. Chen Lin also told her to pay attention to Chen Hao's combat power. Now that she was out, she naturally had to say it. Could it be 6 million? Chen Lin frowned slightly. Chen Hao was just at the early stage of the Earth celestial stage. If it reached 6 million, although there was still a big gap between them, his potential was not something he could compare with. It's 7 million. 7,849,05 what? Chen Lin stood up and lost his usual calmness. He stared at the Panny's side current and said, "Are you sure the messenger didn't make a mistake?" "I'm sure. I can't believe it," so asked several times. His combat power ranking surpassed you, Brother Chen Lin. He became the first in the Panny's side current city. How is this possible? He's just at the peak of the early stage of the Earth celestial stage. How can he be so strong? Brother Chen Lin, it must be a problem with the combat power evaluation method. We've all seen him. His aura is far inferior to yours, Brother Chen Lin. It's impossible for him to be stronger than you. Besides, his combat power is only higher than yours by 100,000 points. Even if it's true, in a real battle, he's definitely not a match for you, Brother Chen Lin. Panny's side current comforted him, although she herself was a little doubtful that her words might not be reliable. Because when she saw Chen Hao, she thought of a person, Long Shui, who had fought with her in the second world and who had made her impulsive to confess. At that time, she had impulsively confessed because after the real battle, she had felt that Long Shui's perfect combat skills were beyond her imagination. There was no winner or loser, but the other party did not want to win, because that was his fighting style. Everyone would let you play to your heart's content, and then defeat you with what you were best at. She was sure that if Long Shui had wanted to defeat her at that time, he would have done it in a few moves. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 674. That was the reason why Pan Dong Lu impulsively confessed. However, Long Shui's rejection and the old voice could only make her retreat later. Because of this trip to the primitive secret area of the Earth's celestial stage and the introduction of her family elders, she met a man who was worthy of her commitment in all aspects, Chen Lin. Moreover, Chen Lin's gentleness and interest in her made her even more delighted. So when she met Chen Hao again and sensed a trace of aura that could only be sensed from Long Shui, although she guessed that Long Shui might be Chen Hao, she did not regret her decision at all. At least, no matter what, Chen Hao was better. Of course, appearance was an exception. But for men, appearance was the least important. As long as one was not ugly, one could be infinitely charming. It depended on how capable one was, but now, Pan Dong Lu looked at Chen Lin, who had almost finished the last step. His shocked and aghast look made her feel a strange feeling in her heart. Was it regret? She was not sure, but at least from now on, the former Long Shui, or Chen Hao, would forever be in existence in her memory, an existence who had a chance but missed. Exiting the second world, Chen Hao waved his hand and cleared the formation of a Toda, Suzaku, and Black Tortoise in the practice room under the guidance of Old God. Every sip and every peck. Is it predestined? This sentence appeared in Chen Hao's mind. He slowly stepped out of the practice room, faintly comprehending something. Practitioners went against the natural order and paid attention to following one's heart and nature. Only then could they bravely advance. It seemed that only in this way could the practitioners get rid of their inner demons. In fact, with the improvement of a practitioner's realm, the role of the state of mind became more and more important, even surpassing the talent conditions such as soul and comprehension. To be exact, this was a process of cultivating the mind. Moreover, this time, Chunhao also clearly understood the importance of following one's heart and nature. It had to be said that any of the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings, once suppressed, would become the root of the inner demons. If one could release himself at will, naturally, he would be far away from the inner demons. However, a new problem appeared in front of Chunhao. What was the essence of inner demons or inner demons? Cultivation was something that defied the heavens. But what was the essence of it? Everything is predetermined, and predetermined is fate. To defy the heavens was to fight for one's life against the heavens. In the unseen world of fate, people, or things, if one acted according to one's desires, how could it be a heaven-defying act? Shaking his head, Chunhao temporarily cast aside the doubts in his mind. This wasn't something he could comprehend at the moment, but he knew that he was one step closer to the door of fate. Dong, dong, dong. Right when Chunhao picked a random bottle of wine from the cupboard that was full of precious wine to enjoy life, the knocks made of runes came from the door. Hiss! Chunhao's heart skipped a beat, and the curled-up Chun Shaoqing, who was still sound asleep, appeared in his arms. He quickly placed her on the huge, comfortable bed in the bedroom, covered her with a blanket, and closed the bedroom door. Then, Chunhao opened the door. "Elder, what's the matter?" Chunhao cupped his fist and asked when he saw the person. He didn't look displeased at all. "Phew! Mr. Chun, congratulations. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Right now, our spacecraft is in a mess. Everyone is talking about you, Mr. Chun. It's just a reference number. It's not accurate." Chunhao said. He was neither haughty nor arrogant, and his performance was just right. Hee. "Mr. Chun, it seems like you've improved in the past 5 months. I think Fan Xiaoqing's effect is not bad." Seeing that the person still didn't tell him why he was looking for him, Chunhao didn't ask anymore and answered patiently. "It's all right. I wonder if Mr. Chun is interested in the rest of them? I've been told by the head of the family that he would like to befriend a prodigy like Mr. Chun. If Mr. Chun is interested, among the other 19, 11 of them have primordialine body. Any one of them can serve you for free. If Mr. Chun is willing, all of them can serve you. Elder, you're too kind. Shaoqing is enough. All right, Elder, when I enter the primitive secret area, please take care of Shaoqing." "No problem. Before you come back, I'll leave this room to Shaoqing. I promise there won't be any problems." "Thank you so much." "You're welcome, Mr. Chun. You really don't need it?" Shaoqing was raised by the Fan family. Even if you call all of them here, they won't have any problems with you. It's already a great blessing that you're willing to redeem her. Why don't I call all of them here, and you can decide after you take a look? Their primordialine body will only be beneficial to Mr. Chun. Chunhao shook his head and said, "Elder, my desire has been extinguished. It's not good to have more. I appreciate your kindness." All right, then I won't disturb you anymore." The middle-aged man knew that he could not force Chunhao, so he took his leave. At the same time, Chunhao's words made him understand that Chunhao only wanted Shaoqing to get rid of his desire. He did not covet her primordialine body. That was reasonable. After all, with Chunhao's talent, his potential was far from reaching its limit. Why would he want to improve himself through dual cultivation? Occasionally, he would vent his desire to prevent his inner demons from forming. That was enough. He would not choose dual cultivation as his main cultivation. Of course, different cultivators had different desires and would form different inner demons. Among male cultivators, the 7 emotions and the 6 desires occupied the highest proportion of male cultivators. Chunhao was one of them. "I'm not a savior, and I'm not a casual person." After the middle-aged man left, Chunhao thought to himself. In the face of the middle-aged man's temptation, A casual person would not be able to resist. However, Chun Hao did not feel anything this time, because even if those people were more outstanding and beautiful than Chen Xiaoqing, Chun Hao did not feel anything. He did not know them at all. How could he feel anything? Moreover, although they had the same fate as Chen Xiaoqing, he was not a savior. He saved Chen Xiaoqing because of fate. It could be considered a coincidence or Chen Xiaoqing's luck. Of course, it could also be considered Chun Hao's luck. Just like what old God said, Chun Hao had picked up a treasure by saving Chen Xiaoqing. This was because even brainwashing could not hide her true self. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Chen Xiaoqing had contributed greatly to Chun Hao's success in breaking through the first step of his inner demons. Similarly, Chun Hao and Chen Xiaoqing's soul and flesh had merged and obtained her primordial lean. The harvest was not small. The reason why Chun Hao got Chen Xiaoqing out of the mind space after hearing the knock on the door was that he could not take Chen Xiaoqing away in this way for the time being. This was also a decision he had made after careful consideration. After all, if he took Chen Xiaoqing away silently, the only excuse would be that he had swallowed Chen Xiaoqing and killed her. However, Chen Xiaoqing was a mortal core cultivated by the Fan family. How could she not have a longevity token? Although they had come into contact with the soul slave contract, they still knew whether Chen Xiaoqing was alive or dead. If Chun Hao took Chen Xiaoqing away, the middle-aged heavenly immortal master would definitely be able to guess that Chun Hao had the ability to keep living people. This was an ability that only the masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm had. Once it was exposed, what would happen? It could be said that until now, Chun Hao had not told anyone about this secret. Even Guan Nu's situation, Long Ting and Long, he could only guess at most. They could not be sure. Therefore, they could only keep it for the time being. For a whole day and night, Chen Xiaoqing, who was curled up in the quilt, was secretly infused with energy by Chun Hao. She finally woke up slowly. She felt endless comfort all over her body. Whether it was her soul, her state of mind, or her physical body, Chen Xiaoqing felt that she had far surpassed her previous peak state. What surprised her even more was that this full state clearly told her that the barrier that had imprisoned her for nearly 10 years and could not touch had a huge loosening at this moment. She had a feeling that now, as long as she activated her essence, qi, and spirit, she could trigger the divine punishment and pass it without any suspense, stepping into the Earth's celestial stage. All of this was like a dream. In a warm and soft quilt, she felt that her body was naked. Thinking that she fell asleep because she was too tired, although Chen Xiaoqing enjoyed this feeling very much, she still opened her eyes and released her spirit. Suddenly, she sensed Chun Hao in the living room. A blush appeared on her pretty face, and she even bloomed with the brilliance of reaching the true balance of yin and yang after being nourished. She quickly put on her clothes, and her full breasts rose and fell violently. She took a deep breath and walked out of the bedroom. "Master!" Chen Xiaoqing obediently came to Chun Hao's side, bowed to him, and whispered in a low voice, "You're awake? You don't have to do these red tape in the future." "Yes, master." Chen Xiaoqing obediently picked up the wine bottle on the tea table. After filling Chun Hao's empty wine glass, she went directly behind Chun Hao and massaged Chun Hao like a little maidservant of a big family. "Do you often do this?" Feeling Chen Xiaoqing's skillful and comfortable technique, Chun Hao frowned slightly and asked, "Master, Xiaoqing has been trained since childhood. However, I have never served any man." "Master, Xiaoqing was the first person I served." Chen Xiaoqing, who was intelligent, said hurriedly, "Oh, then what else can you do? As long as master wants, Xiaoqing should be able to then give me a full service. It's rare for me to have free time, so I'll enjoy life properly," Chun Hao said comfortably as he felt Chen Xiaoqing's nimble little hands. The knot in his heart for Chen Xiaoqing had been untied. Why would this girl have any scruples? This was his first female subordinate, a maidservant. The other girls were all high and mighty. How could they be as obedient as Chen Xiaoqing? Also, they couldn't be as obedient as Chen Xiaoqing. If he wanted the other girls to let go of their reservations and reach Chun Xiaoqing's level, he still had a long way to go. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 675. Chi. Chi Chi. Chi Chi Chi. The densely packed aircraft of the human clan quickly traveled through the pitch-black chaotic space. Suddenly, one after another, the aircraft opened their barriers, allowing the cultivators inside the aircraft to see the scene outside for the first time. The space aircraft, with their own independent space, also removed the ceiling restrictions on their own independent space. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone, we have arrived at the entrance of the primitive mystic realm. The human clan will occupy the 50 entrances. Once again, we must be united within the human clan. Try to avoid killing and fighting. If you can settle it when you return, then do so. This time, the cultivators of the other 9 clans are extremely powerful. They are our real opponents. Everyone, please be in your best condition and be prepared. In at most 20 days, the entrance will open. Now, you can feel the origin energy outside the primitive mystic realm. This is a good opportunity to cultivate. In the cabin, in the VIP area, in every room, and in the cultivation room, a voice rang out. Have we arrived? Chun Hao, who was refreshed, slowly opened his eyes. Master! Chun Xiaoqing also came out from her cultivation state. Her face was rosy and she was full of energy. A dense fluctuation was naturally emitted from her body. It was obvious that her essence, qi, and spirit had become more vigorous in the past 9 days. If she hadn't been in the aircraft, she would have triggered the divine punishment and stepped into the Earth's celestial stage. This was because she had only enjoyed it once in the past 9 days. If she could have sex with Chun Hao, the effect would be even more exaggerated. It was a pity that her master was not the kind of person who indulged in sex. He also told her that he was thinking for her. You can stay in the room. I will go out and take a look. If I don't come back, I will come back after the trial in the primitive mystic realm ends. Master, you be careful. Chun Hao stretched out his hand and patted Chun Xiaoqing's head. He turned around and walked out of the cultivation room. Chun Xiaoqing stared at Chun Hao's back as he left. The moment the door closed, she rubbed the part of her head that Chun Hao had touched. A sweet smile that had never appeared before appeared on her face. It was a smile of happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. Becoming a servant from a human core cultivator was something that she did not even dare to think about. Furthermore, her master treated her so well. More importantly, her master was so powerful. Hello, Brother Chun. Greetings, Brother Chun. Brother Chun, you are truly amazing. What a strong aura. Damn it, when we came in, he must have hidden his aura. I, as the captain, am nothing in front of him. When Chun Hao entered the VIP cabin, there were only about 200 cultivators who could afford it. They all greeted Chun Hao warmly. Chun Hao, who had booked a top-notch room, could use the VIP cabin for free. It was impossible to see the outside from inside the room. Only those in the VIP cabins or the normal cabins could see and sense the primal mystic realm aura that was purposely released by the restrictions of the aircraft. Although Chun Hao wasn't an arrogant person, he couldn't stand being treated with too much enthusiasm, especially when more than 200 people were looking at him at the same time, as if they wanted to make friends with him. Chun Hao didn't want to be annoyed by such meaningless enthusiasm. Hence, he only nodded his head slightly. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but he didn't slow down at all. He didn't reject people, but he didn't allow people to get close to him easily either. Seeing Chun Hao like this, the cultivators who wanted to get close to him all sat down tactfully. After sitting down cross-legged on an empty seat, Chun Hao looked outside the aircraft. His powerful soul consciousness also caught a trace of aura that entered the aircraft and blended it into the endless chaotic space. This aura, in just an instant, Chun Hao was shocked. The pitch-black, chaotic space roiled and surged like dark clouds, and it was filled with a heavy and ancient aura. Various quintessence energies that seemed like the remnants of ancient times were contained within it, But what truly surprised Chun Hao was the aura of destruction contained within it. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, Chun Hao seemed to see millions upon millions of stars being destroyed. The endless universe began to crumble as the stars were destroyed. Destruction, true destruction. Destruction that no one in heaven and earth could stop. Although the destructive aura was very weak, it still set off huge waves in Chun Hao's mind. The destruction sword principle of the secular sword principle was one of the earliest and strongest sword principle elements that Chun Hao had mastered. However, at this moment, in front of this weak, destructive aura, Chun Hao felt that the aura of his destruction sword principle was the difference between charcoal and diamond. They were both elements, but they were worlds apart. This is real destruction, the destruction that causes the collapse of the universe. Chun Hao knew how the primitive secret area was formed. It was the essence left behind after the collapse of a universe. This was the only trace of their existence left behind by countless powerful figures in the universe. The higher the level of the primitive secret area, the more powerful the universe was before it collapsed. The primitive secret area of the Earth's celestial realm was the inheritance that the ancient powerful figures of the universe left behind for the cultivators of the Earth's celestial realm. The so-called opening of the primitive secret area was when the destructive aura that caused the collapse of the universe dissipated after a long period of time and could no longer affect the cultivators. That was when it opened. In fact, at this moment, only 1 in a billion cultivators could capture the destructive aura. Only those who had comprehended the mystery of destruction would be more sensitive to it. It's a pity that I came too late. If I had come earlier, the destructive aura would have been stronger and I would have gained more. However, this is also a rare opportunity. Hiss! Chun Hao's mind directly fused into the boundless chaotic space. He captured every single strand of destructive aura that he could capture and immersed himself in comprehending. Unlike Chun Hao, the vast majority of cultivators were also inexplicably excited after immersing themselves in the comprehension. This was because the aircraft had only released a trace of the chaotic space's aura. Even if their sole perception could follow this trace of aura into the chaotic space, it was still extremely limited. Even so, many cultivators could feel the ancient origin energy. Although it was very weak, the origin energy's realm was very high. Even the energy level of a middle-grade origin stone could not be compared to it. This was only the outside of the primitive secret area, and it was already so powerful. What would happen after they entered? Just thinking about it made them excited. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The human army was tens of millions of miles long. Gradually, the distance between the human army and the human army became longer and longer. Starting from the army at the rear, the human army stopped first. After about 1 hour, another one stopped. Then, the human army at the front stopped as well. This also meant that the human tribe army was all in place. They occupied almost 1/10 of the surrounding area of the primitive secret area. This was the area that the higher-ups of the 10 galaxies had agreed on beforehand. Of course, the actual size of the space inside the primitive secret area could not be measured by the size of the chaotic space. This was because it was a collapsing universe. There was an independent space, order, and even time order. As for the specifics, they would only know after entering the primitive secret area. Time passed. When Chun Hao felt that the destructive aura was getting weaker and the origin energy was getting stronger, he knew that the primitive secret area that the entire cultivation world was looking forward to was about to open. Phew! Chun Hao let out a long sigh. The destructive aura in his eyes flashed and disappeared. Although the 20 days of comprehension did not allow Chun Hao's destructive will to achieve a breakthrough, it clearly pointed out the direction that Chun Hao had to work hard on from now on. I can't wait. Lu Qinya, will make the genius cultivators of the 10 galaxies tremble in fear. Ha! The Protoss, Lu Qinya, was ranked number 1 among the Protoss in the human tribe statistics. He had a combat power of 9,900,000. His eyes were filled with excitement, desire, and passion. The Protoss were born with a divine body. They were the most powerful race in the 10 galaxies. Countless human cultivators in the vast universe galaxy dreamed of having an immortal body. Any newborn Protoss would have this body. The strength of their bodies was something that the 9 great races could never hope to compare with. Their weakness was that the God race had a congenital flaw in their perception. They were basically unable to control any supernatural powers or laws. They only had skills to temper their true essence. In battle, they relied entirely on their physical strength and true essence, as well as the most basic and simplest combat skills. If it were not for this flaw, the Protoss would be invincible. They would have conquered the entire universe a long time ago. I want to see who can compete with me in the primitive secret area. The number 1 expert of the Zerg, Morris, had a boundless vitality. He had a human body, but he had 9 demonic heads. The middle head was that of an extremely beautiful human woman, but the other 8 heads that spread out like sunflowers were snake heads. It looked very strange. But Morris's name shocked the cultivators who entered the primitive secret area more than Lucinia of the Protoss. Her combat power was one of the only 3 that had a full score. 10 million. Those who block me will die. My fortune, luck, and strength will definitely be the greatest. The top powerhouses of the top 10 galaxies all let out their strongest voices when they sensed that the primitive mystic realm was about to open. At the same time, the eyes of countless powerful cultivators were burning with excitement. Those who knew that they were weak did not have the heart to compete. But they were also excited. The primitive secret area was filled with treasures. As long as their luck was not too bad, they would be able to gain something. Even if they could only hide in a corner to cultivate, it would be worth it. How could they not be excited? Chi-cha. Has it opened? It is already open. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone, the primitive secret area is officially open. The flying devices are open. Prepare to enter. I hope that all of you will have a good harvest. Amazing harvest. When the pitch-black chaotic space suddenly blossomed with an extremely bright light, illuminating the entire chaotic space, the cultivators in the aircraft shouted excitedly. Along with the sound coming from the aircraft, the cultivators activated their extremely powerful protective Aura Chi one after another. 4th update. The pair is so big. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 676. Everyone, don't panic. Go out in groups. Hiss. Boom. The team leader was still standing at the door to maintain order. As the door of the aircraft opened, the cultivators who had been impatient for a long time turned into streams of light and flew out one by one according to their serial number. Every cultivator who rushed out immediately released a powerful protective aura around their bodies and rushed towards the bright light. The heavenly immortal masters and attendants of the aircraft also arrived at the entrance. As they watched the cultivators quickly leave and rush towards the bright light, these heavenly immortal masters knew that these disciples might be like this light, blooming with a dazzling radiance. But some of them were like moths flying into a flame, never to return to vast universe galaxy again. Master, Chun Xiaoqing's petite figure quickly rushed over and saw Chun Hao, who was walking towards the door from the VIP area. Wait for me to come back. Okay. Chun Xiaoqing nodded vigorously. Looking at the smiling Chun Hao full of confidence, her eyes flashed with an inexplicable impulse, but she forcibly suppressed it. She could only stare at Chun Hao rushing out of the aircraft, but Chun Hao did not directly rush towards the bright light. Instead, he quickly rushed toward a distant aircraft marked East Flow City #1 in the chaotic space. Master is meeting up with the mistress. Seeing this scene, Chun Xiaoqing thought to herself. Thinking of Chun Hao and Long Ting, she felt more and more that she was extremely lucky to be able to become Chun Hao's servant. With her talent and appearance, being able to be chosen by Chun Hao was like a pie falling from the sky, because she deeply knew how outstanding her mistresses were, including Hellion Woozy and the others. even though she didn't know their names, because she had seen everything in Chun Hao's demonic repellent realm without a sound. Brother Hao, whoosh! Whoosh! Two beautiful figures met up with Chun Hao at an astonishing speed. Long Ting was still passionate and did not know how to be reserved. She called out Brother Hao loudly and with sincere feelings. This wasn't something that a little girl like Chun Hao could accomplish. She'd only simplified the way she addressed Chun Hao to the word Hao, but the feelings it contained weren't inferior to Long Ting in the slightest. It was just that everyone had different ways of expressing themselves. Of course, this wasn't a matter of age. The most important thing was that Chun Shui was really Chun Hao's elder sister. Chun Hao revealed a smile, ignoring the gazes of the cultivators in the distance. In truth, there were not many people who were paying attention to him. Basically, everyone who came out had already rushed into the light. Only those who cared about Chun Hao, Long Ting, and Chen Shui would notice it. For example, Division Master Chen Lin, the Panese current who had basically established a relationship with Chen Lin, and Long Ting's good friends such as Mo Weiwei, Duan Rentian, Zhong Yangming, and Go Daoqian. At the same time, he held the two women's small hands in each hand. With a chi sound, the three of them rushed into the bright light at the same time. Primitive mystic realm, Grandpa, I'm here. Ha ha. What made Chen Shui and Long Ting frown was that the moment they entered the light, Chun Hao actually shouted loudly and even called himself Grandpa. Was he that excited? Open for me. Hiss. In the light, a bright sword light suddenly shone from between Chun Hao's eyebrows. The space barrier was directly torn apart. The bright light disappeared, and the three of them entered the legendary primitive mystic realm at the same time. Ah, what dense and pure origin energy! Long Ting cried out in surprise. Chen Shui also revealed an expression of surprise and joy, as expected of the legendary primitive mystic realm. Chun Hao's eyes were also burning. He took a deep breath and immediately said, "Something's not right. What's wrong?" The two women looked at Chun Hao at the same time. There's actually no cultivator within a radius of 100,000 miles. Brother Hao, are you sure? Long Ting asked in surprise. Indeed, there's no one within 150,000 miles. At this moment, Chun Shui also frowned and said, "You, Xiao Shui, your sensing range. Are you kidding?" Hearing Chun Shui's words, Long Ting turned to look at Chen Shui and was even more surprised. Not only Long Ting, but even Chun Hao looked at Chun Shui strangely. Of course, Chun Shui said proudly. Originally, her sensing ability had always been her advantage. However, after meeting a freak like Chun Hao, she did not feel proud at all. Especially later, the gap between her and Chun Hao grew larger. However, in these few years, after being under house arrest by the Divine Temple, her sensing ability had a miraculous explosion. Just like Chun Hao's fiery golden eyes, it had a shocking increase. Moreover, at this moment, looking at Chun Hao's eyes, Chun Shui finally felt the same feeling she had when she first met Chun Hao. She was very happy and said, "This is a special ability that I obtained by accident." You actually obtained a special ability too. As expected of my wife, Chun Hao. Amazing, amazing. Mwah. Chun Hao held Chun Shui's beautiful face, and as fast as lightning, in front of Long Ting, he smacked his lips and kissed her cherry lips. Chun Shui, who was suddenly attacked, screamed and pushed Chun Hao away. With a red face, she glared at Chun Hao angrily. What about me? Chun Shui was embarrassed, but when Long Ting saw this scene, she directly pouted her little mouth and made a gesture of waiting for a kiss, causing Chun Shui to collapse and black lines to appear on her forehead. Chun Hao did not say anything and immediately added, although this guy was once again defeated by Long Ting, he had to admit that he liked it. Such thick skin. Chun Shui glared at Long Ting and spat out 4 words. He. Long Ting laughed and did not say anything. What special ability did you obtain? Chun Shui looked at Chun Hao and asked, "What? Did I obtain any special ability?" A special ability is something that can only be obtained by chance. I did not obtain it. If you did not obtain it, why did you say also just now? A slip of the tongue. It was definitely a slip of the tongue. All right, all right. There are no cultivators within a radius of 150,000 miles. This means that the primitive mystic realm is extremely terrifying. After all, when we entered the chaotic space, the distance between us and other cultivators was only about 3,000 meters. Furthermore, 150,000 miles might not be the limit. Chen Hao changed the topic. He could not help but admire Chen Shui's observation skills. He had only said the word also, and she had noticed it. However, this special ability was something that Chen Hao could not say even if he was beaten to death. If the two girls knew that he could see their naked bodies at any time, wouldn't that be terrible? That's right. If there is no one within a radius of 5 million miles, then we don't have to be team leaders anymore. Let me try sending a message. As a team leader, she was different from Chen Hao. Although the token had fused with her soul, she could still sense it and use the team leader's summoning token to send a message. However, the range was only 1 million miles. I don't think it's going to work. That Chen Lin must have sent a message when he entered. The range of the primitive mystic realm is 50 million miles. Until now, we have not received any message from him. This can only mean that the spatial laws of the primitive mystic realm are beyond our knowledge. Indeed, I can't sense any waves. Long Ting said in shock. Very good. This way, you don't have to be a team leader anymore. The two of you will each take one side, and I will be in the middle. I have a miniature aircraft. I guarantee that there won't be any problems within 50,000 miles. If you encounter any problems, fly in and shape, and I will rush over. Is that okay? Chen Hao was extremely shocked. Similarly, he was happy to see such a situation. Although he was with the two girls, he went on an adventure alone. It was not right after all. Furthermore, Chen Hao did not want the two girls to lead a group of people under the leadership of Chen Lin, who obviously had ulterior motives towards Long Ting. The appearance of such an unimaginable situation immediately resolved Chen Hao's concerns. All right, the two girls said excitedly. However, Brother Hao, isn't the range of your miniature aircraft even further? It's also faster, and we can cover a larger area. Kiki, not at the moment. Xiaoji's mission is to find my two masters and Xiao Wu. Chen Hao said with a smile. Ah, such a large area. They are not even in the same army as us. Don't worry, we know which army they are in. Although they are definitely very far away, with the speed of the aircraft, it won't take much time. It won't be difficult to find them. Initially, I only wanted to take the two masters. Now that your team leader positions are useless, why don't we all go together? I'm not worried. All right, you could go now. There were many people who were as excited as Chen Hao and the other two. This was because they had entered the primitive mystic realm from around the same place. However, after entering, they could not sense anyone's aura. Naturally, they could guess what was going on. Large meant that as long as they were careful, they would not encounter enemies from the other 9 galaxies. It was very suitable for cultivation. They might even be able to obtain some Dharma treasures, heavenly spiritual items, or inheritances without anyone noticing. With the danger reduced, who would be willing to follow a large team and be governed by others? Furthermore, it might not be evenly distributed. Only some officials who wanted to do big things and reap more rewards with the strength of a team were unhappy. For example, Chen Lin, hiss, 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 master, 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 Itoda, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, while Chen Hao was flying fast, directly appeared beside Chen Hao and shouted excitedly. Go and train alone. Don't go too far. Go, yes, master. Itoda and the two ancient mythical beasts said excitedly. After that, they turned into 3 streams of light and left quickly. Chi! After the man and the 2 beasts left, a stream of light flashed, and Huaxiao number 1 micro-aircraft appeared in front of Chen Hao. Xiaoji, can you confirm their auras? Yes, master. Good, you know which army they are in. You also know the order of the 50 entrances. As for the specific distance, you will have to rely on yourself. I will basically follow this route and come back to me after completing the mission. Yes, master. I promise to complete the mission. Chi. The miniature aircraft directly turned into a stream of light, and then the aura shield disappeared. Fifth update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to Conceited. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 677. Who the Primal Mystic Realm. Bang! Chunhao's aura surged outwards. His essence, energy, and soul shot into the skies. A heart-shaking pressure spread outwards. Heaven and earth, as me and I, as heaven and earth stayed, is actually completely suppressed here. I can't do that at all. Chunhao stared at the vast and boundless space of the primal mystic realm. He could clearly feel an invisible pressure pressing down on his body. It was this pressure that bound down Chunhao's essence, energy, and mind, causing him to be unable to enter the state of I am the heavens and earth. I am the heavens and earth that he had achieved back at Vast Universe Star. The reason was simple. The source heavenly Tao laws contained here had completely surpassed the limits of Chunhao's comprehension of his own boundary. In truth, this sort of state could only be entered when one's own boundary was at the state of perfection. On Vast Universe Star, Chunhao had indeed reached the state of perfection, but in this primal mystic realm, he had not reached the state of perfection. What did this mean? The heavenly Tao laws in the primal mystic realm were even stronger than on Vast Universe Star. Just cultivating here can benefit me greatly. Who forget it? How can I return empty-handed from a mountain of treasures? Thinking of this, Chunhao suppressed his impulse to stop and cultivate. He descended into the depths of the forest that was filled with an ancient aura. His powerful soul sense spread outwards, carefully sensing every blade of grass, every tree, every rock, and every grain of sand. He quickly walked towards the depths where the aura was thicker. Master, there are no treasures within 10,000 miles. As for lucky chances and inheritances, I cannot sense them. At this time, the treasure-hunting sword spirit suddenly said, "Oh, if that's the case, then let's go deeper." Chunhao didn't doubt the treasure-hunting sword's words at all. If the treasure-hunting sword's spirit couldn't sense anything, then even if there were treasures, he wouldn't be able to sense them either. As for lucky chances and inheritances, they were completely dependent on destiny. They were things that could only be chanced upon and not sought. They weren't things that one could find just by looking carefully. So, Chunhao decisively sped up. However, the aura around his body was released without the slightest restraint. His essence, energy, spirit, will, soul energy, and comprehension towards the laws of the Heaven Tao weren't held back in the slightest. This was because he knew that lucky chances and inheritances depended on destiny and one's own conditions. Only when one's conditions were met could they be opened. For hours later, Treasure Hunter, is there anything wrong with your senses? There won't be any problems. Don't worry, Master, that's strange. It's in a full 4 hours. Let alone an ancient spiritual treasure. I haven't even seen a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. This doesn't make sense. According to the records, there are treasures everywhere. You can even step on a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Master, I really didn't sense anything. At this moment, Chunhao suddenly looked up at the void. To his surprise, a miniature aircraft was flying over at lightning speed. What happened? Chunhao was shocked. It had only been 4 hours. He was clear about the speed of the miniature aircraft. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't be this fast, right? How could he have completed the mission and returned? Whoosh. Beep, beep, beep. Master, this is a star fragment. It's in the shape of a sheet, and it's about 90 million kilometers long. Other than the Master and the 2 mistresses, there are no other life forms in the fragment. What? Are you sure? Xiaoji No. 1's words caused Chunhao's eyes to widen in surprise. Master, I returned after a week. I'm sure. How could this be? Chunhao frowned. Such a situation was not recorded in the records of the primitive secret realm. No matter what level the primitive secret realm was at, there was no such thing. He, Chun Shui, and Long Ting had entered hand in hand and appeared on a star fragment. Did this mean that as long as they entered alone, they would appear on an independent star fragment? There were 500 million cultivators in the human race alone. If the other 9 galaxies and some smaller galaxies were included, there would be a total of 6 billion cultivators. How many star fragments would that require? Old God, are you sure about this situation? I'm not sure. However, I'm sure that not only is the law of space out of the ordinary, but the law of time is also different. What do you mean? Such a huge space is at least billions of times larger than the size of the chaotic space. This situation definitely exceeds the limit of the law of time in the outside world. In other words, there needs to be a stronger law of time in order to stabilize this space. I estimate it's at least 100 times. 100 years here is at most a year in the outside world. Doesn't this mean we have to stay here for 500 to 600 years? Chen Hao was shocked. The opening time of the primitive secret realm, no matter what level it was usually 5 to 6 years. If it was 100, it would be 500 to 600 years. Master, I said at least, based on 5 years, 500 years is at least, 1,000 years is very likely, and even 2,000 years is not surprising. The law of space here is too strong. Based on the law of space, it shouldn't be just the primitive secret realm of the Earth celestial realm. I don't understand it either, Old God said. Even though Old God had been through many generations of masters, and each of them was the strongest in their own universe. Every space civilization had its own uniqueness and uniqueness. However, Master, this is just a fragment of a planet. Other than cultivation, there's not much to gain from it. I think we should leave immediately and head for the deeper regions where the energy is thicker. At least we need to go to the ruins of ancient planets, sects, and cities to reap the rewards. While most people are still confused about the situation, we should make the first move and buy ourselves some time. Old God sighed and said, However, Master, this is just a fragment of a planet. All right. Hiss. Chun Hao directly entered the miniature aircraft. There's no response within 50 million miles. Brother Moling also didn't send any message. Is the law of space here so terrifying? Gazing at the endless barren mountains and forests, Chun Lin and Pan Eastward Current had been flying for a full 6 hours. Moreover, they were flying at an extremely fast speed. Their purpose was to sense the cultivators through the master token. However, in these 6 hours, he had flown for more than 300 million miles. In addition to the 50 million sensing range of the master token, he did not detect any fluctuations. This made him feel truly horrified. Brother Chen Lin, in this case, let's train alone. Pan Dong Lu did not feel much about this. Originally, she was just a captain. If she could lead the team, she might gain more and earn fame. However, if she could not lead the team and train alone, it was not necessarily bad. Moreover, it was not bad to be alone with Chen Lin. The situation is a bit strange. The law of space here is a bit too terrifying. I remember that our Temple Hall master once said that when the law of space exceeds a certain range, there must be a matching law of time. It is precisely because of this that our storage magic treasures have always been greatly restricted. I'll apologize in advance. Today and tomorrow, I have to write 11 chapters to complete the promise of 100 chapters this month. But I'm in trouble. I woke up early in the morning. Until now, I've only written more than 2,000 words. Until now, I've already written 270,000 words, but I definitely can't complete the task. At the beginning of the month, I had a continuous outburst, but my results dropped. I was really hit. I couldn't get excited. I forced myself to work hard until now. 270,000 words, but in the end, I still lost my integrity. The promise is too tiring, and the effort is unrewarding. The pressure is so great that I want to vomit blood. Wushan will not make any more promises in the future. Occasionally, it will not stop. The readers who understand will understand Wushan. For those who don't understand, no matter how hard they work, they will only be scolded. I'm very sorry. I can do it. That's all. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 678. Chenhao drove the aircraft and took Itoda, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise into his mind in a few minutes. He then took Chun Shui and Long Ting, who were only tens of thousands of miles away, into the aircraft. The two girls were shocked when they heard Chun Hao's explanation. Our aircraft speed is at least 20 times faster than an ordinary Earth immortal. If we're further away, we don't need to rest. Our advantage is even greater. I don't know if the others have miniature aircraft. Even if they do, there won't be many of them. This is our biggest advantage. Are we still going to pick them up? Long Ting asked. Let's do it. However, the space law here is too terrifying. It'll take a long time to pick them up. Xiao Ji, connect to the aura outside. Yes, Master. We'll cultivate in the aircraft. We can travel and cultivate at the same time. I think anyone who can make it out of the primitive mystic realm alive will have the ability to fight above their level. At least, it won't be a problem for them to fight above their level. Why? Long Ting and Chun Shui frowned when they heard Chun Hao's words. Obviously, they did not understand. That's because the laws of time and the laws of heaven here have higher requirements for cultivators of the same cultivation level. I've always been at the peak of my cultivation level, but it's no longer the case here. Moreover, I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for hundreds of years. You can sense it? Chun Shui stared at Chun Hao and asked, I've always been in the state of I am heaven and earth, I am man and earth. Do you think I can sense it? Xiaoji, let's go. Don't waste time. Go in this direction and find the nearest star fragment. Chun Hao ordered as he spoke. Chi. The miniature aircraft turned into a ray of light and flew toward the void at an alarming speed. It was impossible to tear space apart and fly in the primitive mystic realm. This was because this was the space left behind by the collapse of the universe. The real universe no longer existed. This was an independent space left behind by the original universe. However, at this moment, the aircraft did not fly towards the center of the primitive secret realm where the aura was thicker. Instead, it flew to one side. According to Old God, they had to find the nearest star fragment and sense a cultivator. From there, they could analyze how terrifying the space order in the primitive secret realm was. 3 days later, what shocked Chun Hao and the other two was that even with the speed of the aircraft, it took them 3 whole days to encounter the first star fragment. However, there were no longer any cultivators on the star fragment. This star fragment is about the same size as the one we had. If a cultivator was teleported here in 3 days, they would have discovered this star fragment and gone deeper. When we entered the primal mystic realm, the closest flying device was only about 3,000 meters away. We actually took 3 days. Master, we've flown a distance of 2,714,538,792 billion kilometers. Outside the primitive secret realm, the ratio is 90. 485,46264 billion. 1. Little Wisdom 1 immediately gave the accurate data. It's about the same as what I guessed. The time order here is roughly between 101, 200. 100 times the law of time can barely withstand such a powerful law of space. 150 times is the most suitable. 200 times a bit higher is also possible. Master, under such a law of time, our advantage is even more obvious. You can leisurely travel while cultivating. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to bear the loneliness. At this time, Old God spoke in Chun Hao's mind. Xiao Shui, Sister Ting, I can tell you with certainty that we'll be staying here for 500 to 600 years or even 1,000 years. Xiao Shui. Which army are they in? Let's determine the general direction and start looking for them. Chun Hao asked. Chun Hao knew the order of the human army's arrival. He also knew that Venerable Immortal Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei were in the Ying Planet Army. However, only Qin Shui knew where Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, Tantai Lian, and the Lung sisters were. After Chun Shui told him which army they were in, Chun Hao directly transmitted the location information to Little Wisdom Number 1. Little Wisdom Number 1 calculated the best route with the least time according to the expansion of space. However, due to the limitations of the known conditions, Little Wisdom Number 1 could not calculate the exact time, mainly because it could not determine the specific distance between the armies. However, according to the order of their flying machines in the human army and the time they flew after sensing the aura of the primitive secret realm, it could roughly calculate a number. The vague conclusion was that it would take about 30 years, with no more than 5 years. 35 years. That's so long. Chun Hao frowned slightly and muttered, "In that case, it's better to refine some flying machines." Refine flying machines? Yes, it doesn't take much time to refine a flying machine. The only thing missing is the materials. It shouldn't be difficult to find the materials in the primitive secret realm, but even if there are materials, they haven't been purified. The time it will take. Long Ting was puzzled. You don't have to worry about this. Purification and refining are very simple to me. It's settled then. All right, the two of you just have to cultivate. Leave the rest to me. Little Wisdom, let's go. Go straight in. Since we're going to refine it, find some decent materials. Yes, Master. Master, can we change Little Wisdom's materials? Chun Hao was slightly shocked. He did not expect Little Wisdom Number 1 to have such thoughts. Furthermore, its mechanical voice made Chun Hao feel a sense of emotion. Little Wisdom wants to be Master's strongest assistant. Cough, cough. All right, let's go. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. Outside the primitive secret realm, the largest flying machine of the human clan was shining with dazzling light at this moment. Mysterious runes were emitting invisible waves that seemed to penetrate the endless chaotic space and even seeped into the primitive secret realm. The aura of this flying machine had exceeded the category of a divine weapon. Especially the ancient aura that it contained, it was even more shocking. Even an old god would be shocked if he saw it. In the flying machine, there were almost 1,000 masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm maintaining the operation of the flying machine. To be exact, this was not a flying machine, but an ancient spiritual treasure. It was also one of the strongest treasures of the human race. This was the existence that forcefully connected the top 10 commanders of the human race in the primitive secret realm to the second world. It was also the key to the second world's live broadcast of the cultivators in the primitive secret realm. That's strange. It's already been 6 hours. Why is there no news at all? An elder who was watching the huge screen frowned and said, "It's indeed strange. 500 million cultivators entered the primitive secret realm filled with treasures. Under normal circumstances, they should have at least sent back some information. It's impossible for there to be no news after such a long time. Could it be that the primitive secret realm is too barren and the spiritual items they obtained are not enough for the token to collect information? That could be. It's here." Just as the few elders were feeling strange and confused, a name flashed with a resplendent light on the huge screen. There was an additional line in the Primal Mystic Realm's information column. Obtained an ancient treasure sword, Supreme Grade Spirit Treasure Grade. After the message, the image of the sword was displayed, but it was just a basic picture. Wow. Bai Yunfei obtained a Supreme Soul Artifact. No wonder he's in the top 3 of the 10 commanders. He's the first to get it. Amazing. If he didn't come, then so be it. He got a Supreme Soul Artifact. This is an ancient spiritual treasure. It's definitely much stronger than the average Supreme Soul Artifact. That's for sure. Looks like the primitive secret realm isn't as bad as we thought. They probably didn't get anything good after entering. Almost at the same time, the various alliances in the second world received the news. The first person to eat the crab was the third commander of the primitive secret realm, Bai Yunfei, and after he obtained the treasure, he immediately rose to first place. 10 contribution points for the human race. The leaderboard was no longer a leaderboard for combat strength. It was a leaderboard for contribution points. However, neither the senior members of the Divine Palace nor the cultivators in the second world knew that 420 hours had passed in the primitive mystic realm during the 6 hours they had been waiting. In other words, 35 days had passed in the primitive mystic realm. The time ratio was 140, with Bai Yunfei being the first to eat the crab. Everyone thought that there would be more and more people who would be able to eat the crab. In a short amount of time, the leaderboard would change drastically. But, to everyone's surprise, it wasn't until an hour later that the other commander finally gained something. However, he only gained 1 human race contribution point and a spiritual medicine. Over the next 3 days, the intervals between them varied, but it was still the commander or deputy commander who obtained them. This situation made the top echelons of the human temple feel extremely strange, but there was another possibility. After 10 consecutive days of this situation, and after receiving the same information from the other 9-star systems, they confirmed the possibility that there was absolutely no division commander or deputy division commander around any of the corps commanders and deputy corps commanders. In other words, the laws of space in the primitive secret realm were beyond imagination. What did this mean? This meant that the laws of time had changed. This meant that the laws of space and the origin energy were stronger than the laws of space. This meant that any cultivator who entered the primitive secret realm would be able to benefit from it. This caused the entire world of cultivation to explode. The cultivators of the other 10 galaxies, including the celestial immortals and Daluo Jinxian, were all envious. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 679. Furthermore, it was certain that the army commanders and deputy commanders were not the only ones who had obtained treasures and elixirs. However, due to the unimaginable vastness of the space rules, the information of the cultivators who had obtained treasures was temporarily stored and could not be transmitted to the outside world. Once the army commanders, division commanders, regiment commanders, senior team leaders, small team leaders, and soldiers appeared in the area covered by the tokens, it would definitely be the time when the information would explode. Yes. Furthermore, the death rate of the cultivators who entered the primitive mystic realm this time would definitely be lower than before. Because the space was huge. In reality, 1 month had passed in the real world, 10 months had passed in the second world, and almost 12 years had passed in the primitive mystic realm. The change in the ranking on the pagoda tablet directly exploded. Instantly, rays of light shone. At least 1,000 cultivators' names shone with golden light. It was obvious that an army commander had met a division commander, and the division commander had met a regiment commander, and the regiment commander had met many senior team leaders, and so on. This so-called meeting was not a meeting, but the information that was originally stored in the area covered by the tokens was transmitted to the outside world at the same time. After this explosion, it calmed down, but the frequency of changes had obviously increased. Furthermore, as time passed, the explosions continued. However, everyone who was paying attention to Chun Hao and Long Ting was puzzled, because their names had been dropping, and until now, they had not obtained any information. This was very illogical. The East Stream Division that the two of them belonged to, Division Master Chen Lin, as well as many cultivators, had already spread the information through their division commander Moling Takshu. With Chun Hao's strength, how could he not have received it? However, he did not obtain any information, and so did Long Ting. No matter what, they would never have thought that it was not that the two of them did not obtain any information, but the two of them had gone too far and then the other cultivators. The distance was too great, and the information could not be transmitted to the higher-ups at all. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed in the primitive mystic realm. Chi, in the endless void, a graceful figure wearing a loose Taoist robe was rapidly flying towards the depths where the aura was even thicker. On the left chest of the Taoist robe was the insignia of a disciple of the Divine Temple. Her cultivation level was only at the peak of the Earth celestial stage. Her appearance was above average, but her cold eyes still exuded a charm that made one's heart pound. However, Anyone who saw her would know that she had changed her appearance and aura slightly. This young girl was none other than Hellion Woozy. I've already been here for 12 years. I wonder how much time has passed in the outside world. According to the records, the primal mystic realm has at most 6 years, which means that the laws of time here have changed. How much has it changed? Hellion Woozy thought to herself as she flew quickly. Not long after entering the primitive mystic realm, she realized that the space here was so big that it was completely beyond her imagination. Until now, it had been a full 12 years. Even though she had sensed the presence of cultivators through the deputy leader's token, she did not stop walking. She, who had hidden her real body, was able to avoid leading the group. Naturally, she would not take the initiative to look for trouble. My strength has more than doubled, but I still can't reach the medium stage of the Earth's celestial stage. This is a good thing. Even if Hellion Woozy relied on her own thinking, she knew that this was a good thing. Being able to increase her power, but not her realm, would undoubtedly increase her potential. Moreover, the few years of house arrest had more or less been a little excessive. Now, under such a space-time law, it was undoubtedly the time for her to rebuild her foundation. I wonder how he's doing now. Sister Shui should be with him. In these 12 years, as long as she was hurrying, Hellion Woozy would think of Chun Hao and Chun Shui, who might be training with Chun Hao. It was impossible to say that she was not envious and jealous. However, this was the arrangement of the divine temple. She could only say that Chun Shui was lucky. If the laws of space here were not so strong, maybe he would come and find me. But now, Hellion Woozy pouted. All of a sudden, what made Hellion Woozy surprised was that a profound fluctuation actually appeared soundlessly in front of her left. It was only 1,000 miles away and was approaching her at a fast speed. An aircraft? Hellion Woozy turned her head abruptly and widened her eyes in surprise. She was only stunned for a moment before her pretty face turned into surprise, excitement, and exhilaration. At the same time, there was a warm current that instantly filled her heart, because on the surface of the aircraft, there were a few golden words that were formed by mysterious runes. Xiao Wu, brother is here to pick you up. Chi. Beep, beep, beep. The aircraft arrived in front of Hellion Woozy in an instant. Beep, beep, beep sounded and the door opened directly. Mistress Xiao Wu, we are here to pick you up under master's orders. Hellion Woozy originally thought that she could see Chun Hao. After all, she heard that Chun Hao had a miniature aircraft. In addition, there was a heartwarming sentence on the aircraft. She was even more certain that it was Chun Hao. However, after opening the door, what appeared was a miniature version of the ancient mythical beast Black Tortoise. Fortunately, Hellion Woozy knew that Chun Hao had the 5 mythical beasts. Where is he? Hellion Woozy asked. Master is training. Because the laws of space here are too strong, Master did not come to pick you up personally. Mr. Xiao Wu, come on up. We will set off immediately to meet Master. Mistress Yu, Mistress Xiao Yin, Mistress Huan Huan, Mistress Lei Lei, and the 2 masters should have already received you. You are the furthest away. Oh, where are they? How long will it take us to get there? Hellion Woozy asked after entering the aircraft. Beep, beep, beep. Master, it is estimated that we will arrive in about 3 years and 2 months. My name is Moonlight. From now on, I will be Master's aircraft. Moonlight. Hellion Woozy heard the voice transmitted from the aircraft's AI and was slightly startled. Soon after, a blush appeared on her little face that was as cold as the moon. 3 years with your speed, isn't that very far? Yes. It took us 9 years to find you, Master. When we return, we can be 3 times faster if the destination is more specific. However, Master need not worry. The laws of time here are about 140 times that of the outside world. We will have to spend about 700 to 1,040 years here. This is just the beginning. Hellion Woozy's eyes widened in surprise. Master, this is the introduction of my functions. If Master needs anything, just let me know. The aura of the outside world has been connected. Master's cultivation here will not be affected in the slightest. Hellion Woozy looked at the screen that appeared in front of her with a little excitement. She. It was also at this moment that the aircraft directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. This chapter will be updated first. The number of words will be less. A large chapter will be updated before 12 p.m. to make up the number of words. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 680. Chi. In the endless void, there was a group of palaces with a radius of only 1,000,000 miles. They were shrouded in a thick 7-color glow. From afar, they looked like celestial palaces that were suspended in the 9 heavens. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Chun Hao, Chun Shui, and Long Ting were approaching at an astonishing speed. The aura is getting stronger. Brother Hao, this should be a good treasure land, right? Long Ting asked excitedly as she sensed the increasingly strong ancient aura and coercion. At this moment, the aura of the 3 of them was obviously much stronger than before they entered the primitive secret area. However, their cultivation levels were still at the peak of the Earth's celestial stage. Moreover, Chun Hao still had not reached the state of I am heaven and earth, and I am heaven and earth. It should be. This time, we might have to stay here for a while. Yes, Mother and Xiao Wu should be coming back soon. However, I'm afraid we'll meet other cultivators here. Chun Shui said. In the past 12 years, when Chun Hao began to refine the aircraft, Xiaoji No. 1 had set off to pick up Celestial Venerable Han Mei and Celestial Venerable Yun Wei. The distance between the 2 of them was about the same as Hellion Woozy's. Moreover, they were in the same legion. Chun Hao considered that the 2 of them were the weakest and did not have the protection of the Divine Temple's disciple, so they might be in danger. Therefore, he asked Xiaoji to pick them up first. Chun Hao, on the other hand, had spent a year refining the aircraft. In addition, the 3 of them were traveling by air. Therefore, they did not have much of an advantage compared to other cultivators. In the beginning, they had traveled on the aircraft for nearly 2 months in search of rich and high-grade star fragments, which had widened the gap between them and other cultivators. Because of this, if the 3 of them stayed for a long time in the place where the aura was so strong, it was obvious that it was a treasure land. Other cultivators might rush over. It doesn't matter. The closer we get to the core, the more cultivators there will be. It doesn't make a difference whether we meet them earlier or later. Moreover, the cultivators we meet now will definitely be from our legion. Why should we be afraid of them? Chun Hao said. This was something that they would have to face sooner or later. If they wanted to make a fortune in secret, they would have to wait for the aircraft to return and go straight in. However, even if that was the case, everything would still be exposed in the end. This was inevitable. After all the cultivators in the primitive mystic realm were like moving towards the core of the sphere. They would eventually gather at the core. Furthermore, during the process, the treasured lands that appeared would also attract the nearby cultivators to gather. That was because the aura of the treasured lands could be felt from hundreds of millions of miles away, especially when the restrictions left behind in the treasure grounds were activated. Once a treasure was born, it would cause the heavens and earth to shake and affect an incomparably large area. Moreover, the more powerful the treasure was, the greater the fluctuation it caused. It was the same for relics and inheritances. In other words, in this place, unless one had an absolute advantage in distance, causing the other party to be unable to reach in time even after sensing one's aura, one would have to face the competition of many cultivators. I'm not afraid, but okay, Xiao Shui, don't worry. We haven't even broken through to the peak of the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. The others won't be much stronger than us. Those at the peak of the later stage of the Earth's celestial stage need more improvement. At least, in this environment, within 100 years, I don't think anyone can or dare to trigger the divine punishment to become a celestial, Chun Hao said. They had discussed this a long time ago. Although the primal mystic realm was no longer a real universe, but a remnant of a universe that had collapsed. The three of them had discovered that the laws of heaven were extremely complete. The reason was simple, because they had encountered new life. It was definitely not a life that had survived from the ancient times before the collapse of the universe. This meant that one could definitely trigger the divine punishment in this place. Moreover, it was a divine punishment that belonged to the ancient universe. How strong would it be? Based on the fact that Chun-Hao was unable to reach the peak of the initial stage of the Earth Celestial stage, it showed how high the requirements of the ancient universe for cultivators of the same stage were. To put it bluntly, the cultivators of the vast universe galaxy had to increase their strength by at least 3 to 5 times to trigger the divine punishment of the same level. The distance of hundreds of thousands of miles was getting closer and closer as they talked. However, as they got closer, the pressure from the ancient times became more and more terrifying. This forced the three of them to slow down, especially Chun Shui and Long Ting. However, there was a trace of excitement in the eyes of the three of them. The ruins of an ancient sect. Ha ha ha. This is the most powerful treasure land we have encountered. No wonder the aura is so strong. Little Shui, follow me. Sister Ting, your body is strong. Follow Little Shui. Let's break in together. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. The three of them suddenly raised their auras to the limit and rushed toward the restrictive spell formed by the 7 colored rays. This restrictive spell was naturally a broken restrictive spell that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Even so, the mysterious and terrifying pressure that it emitted at this moment was extremely powerful. One could imagine how terrifying it had been in the past, as it had been able to protect this ancient sect from the collapse of the universe and still exert its power until now. What a mysterious restrictive spell. Chun-Hao, who was in the lead, was shocked when he came into contact with the 7 colored rays. Originally, Chun-Hao wanted to break it by force. However, when he sensed the mysterious rune formation, Chun-Hao was a little reluctant to do so. This protective restrictive spell must have been formed by the top powerful figures of this ancient sect. It is definitely the most powerful protective restrictive spell of this sect. If I was in my peak state, I would naturally not be able to comprehend it. However, it can be said that it has been disrupted and broken down by the collapse of the universe. This is definitely the best opportunity to comprehend it. No, I can't waste it, Chun-Hao thought to himself. Thinking of this, he looked back at the 2 women who were looking at him with a little surprise and said, "Let's try to decipher and comprehend this restrictive spell. How about it? Anyway, we have plenty of time. We can comprehend as much as we can. If we really can't comprehend it, we can break it by force." "Okay," Chun Shui replied. "Then you too can comprehend it. After you break it, just bring me in. I will help them refine the Nirvana elixir in advance as a greeting gift." Ha ha ha. Long Ting looked at Chun-Hao ambiguously and laughed. Even now, this girl's character was still hard to change. If she could be lazy, she would definitely be lazy. If she could sleep, she would definitely sleep. If she could take a bath, she would definitely take a bath. This was definitely a rather high level of calmness. If the cultivators outside who wanted to enter but could not enter the primitive mystic realm knew about this, they would definitely vomit blood from anger. This was the primitive mystic realm. How could they waste time like this? Okay, do I have enough essence blood? However, Chun-Hao was already used to it. When he heard Long Ting say this, he directly asked. In this place, they would definitely have to stay for more than 700 years or even 1,000 years. Chun-Hao did not dare to be sure of other things. However, with the Nirvana elixir, Chun-Hao was absolutely sure that these girls, no matter who they were, would not be able to escape from his evil claws. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. However, the time laws here had increased by about 140 times. It seemed that Long Ting, Chun Shui, and himself, who had already taken the Nirvana elixir, took a lot longer to break out. Just like their cultivation level and strength, there was a certain connection. The energy required to condense the mysterious runes of the Nirvana elixir had also increased by several times. Because of this, the time it took to break out was also several times longer. It had already been 12 years. He, Long Ting, and Chen Shui were the same. Fortunately, Chen Hao could feel that the throbbing hidden in his body was becoming stronger and stronger. It seemed that in another 10 years, it would break out. With his calmness, how could they compare? Therefore, no matter what, in hundreds of years, Chen Hao believed that none of the girls would be able to withstand the effects of the Nirvana elixir. All of them had to be taken care of by him. The only regret was that there was only one saint-grade Nirvana elixir. It was not something that Long Ting could refine. Similarly, even if there was old God, Chen Hao, who was restricted by his cultivation level, also could not refine it. That's why I want it from you. Long Ting said. Chi. Chen Hao directly forced out a blood arrow and handed it to Long Ting. Chen Shui glared at Chen Hao and Long Ting. How could she not see that there was a trace of arousal on Chen Hao's face? Hee, little Shui, why didn't you break out even once? Let me see what you look like when you break out. In your dreams, I won't let you see it even if I break out. Ha! All right, let's begin to comprehend. Come, little Shui, let's try to comprehend with one another. Chen Hao did not care about Long Ting's presence in the slightest. He grabbed Long Ting's slender waist and stepped into the seven-colored light. Chi, tens of billions of meters away from the ancient sect ruins where Chen Hao and the other two were, two figures sensed the aura in the void and moved forward quickly. Brother Qinlin, I'm a little tired. Why are you tired again? Donglu, how about this? You take a rest, and I'll go first. The primitive secret realm is unimaginably large. This is an opportunity for us. We have to go deep as fast as possible. It's only worth stopping when we encounter a truly valuable place. You just need to sense the direction of the strong aura and follow me. Anyway, there are no practitioners now. For a long time, we won't encounter any foreign tribes, so there won't be any danger. Chun-Lin held Donglio's hand and said with a slight frown, Oh! Donglio's face flashed with a trace of sadness and disappointment as he replied in a low voice. Donglu, don't think too much. I'm just trying to get a bigger harvest. This is a rare opportunity. My harvest is your harvest, isn't it? You just need to sense the aura, and you'll be sure to follow my route. If there's a valuable place ahead, I'll stop, and you can catch up with me then. Well, I understand. I'm dragging you down. Go ahead, Donglu said. Okay. Chi. Although Chen-Lin could see that the flowing eastward current was a little sad, now was not the time to be sentimental. In this unimaginably huge space, at least for a long time, the harvest of experience alone would definitely be greater. Winning time was winning opportunities. As a top master second only to the 20 corps commanders, deputy corps commanders, and a few division commanders, he could win some opportunities with his speed advantage. Donglu, who was only at the peak of the initial stage of the Earth Celestial stage, was obviously a burden to him at this moment. He really liked Donglu, who was well-behaved and admired him, but in the face of great benefits, he still had to make a choice. After all, he was telling the truth. Donglu was really not dangerous. He had endured for a long time. Now that he said it, he naturally would not have any scruples and left quickly. He believed that even if Donglu was unhappy, they would not really blame him. But what Chen-Lin did not expect was that women treated feelings with great care, especially Donglu, who was a girl who was in love for the first time. It was not something a man could imagine. Looking at Chen-Lin disappearing in front of her without looking back, Donglu bit her lips tightly, and her eyes were instantly filled with tears of grievance. So what if he was telling the truth? So what if she was not in danger? Putting herself in his shoes, if her cultivation was higher than his, would she leave him in order to get a greater harvest? No, but he left her behind. Although he said it nicely, Donglu knew and believed that if he could give up on her at this time, when he encountered greater benefits in the future, he could give up on her. Taking a deep breath, Donglu felt that she had grown a lot in an instant. She also saw some things that were originally wishful thinking. It was a vision of perfection, but the reality was incomplete. Fortunately, it was not too late. Although she was very close to him and was only one step away. This step was the key, wasn't it? She still had the body of primordialine. She could still find someone more suitable for her, even if they were not as talented as him. As long as they were on par with her and treated her sincerely, they would be better than him. After staying in the void and recovering for a full 4 hours, the flowing east current did not follow Chen-Lin's footsteps straight ahead. Instead, it deviated and went to the left. It's like this. No, it should be like this. Ah, well, you're right. Are you convinced? I'm just a little slower than you. After trying that step, I naturally know that your step is right. TSK. Little Shui, I find that your face is as thick as little sister Ting's. Now we've encountered at least 1,000 levels, right? Every time, I'm right? If you tried all these 1,000 levels, how big is the gap between you and me now? You're as thick-skinned as little Ting. How big is the gap? At most 10 minutes. 10 minutes? You're talking about the time outside, right? What's wrong with the time outside? Chun Shui said stubbornly. All right, one day, there will be one thing that this big brother will make you obedient, Chun Hao said, as if he was referring to something. Rogue, let's continue. The two's minds were intertwined, and the communication became a spiritual communication. Naturally, Long Ting, who was in the middle of the battle, did not know. Otherwise, she would have flipped out. How is he thick-skinned? However, even though Qin Shui refused to admit defeat verbally, she couldn't help but admire Chun Hao's valiant and abnormal comprehension ability in her heart. Comprehending together like this allowed her to gain extremely great gains, and she clearly felt that she'd become much smarter. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 681. 10 days. Done. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Along with Chun Hao's voice, the 7-color barrier suddenly split apart to form a circular door of light with a diameter of 2 meters. At the same time, a dense, ancient aura surged out as if it was material. Little Sister Ting, come over quickly. Long Ting, who'd finished the 5 rebirth pills and 2 rebirth pills, instantly charged over to Chun Hao's side, and then the 3 of them flashed before the door of light vanished. Dense and pure spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, quintessence energy, and an ancient aura that had been nurtured for a myriad of years, accompanied by waves of refreshing fragrance, assaulted their faces. But, with a glance, it was a scene of ruins and desolation. Amongst the numerous groups of palaces that stood in great numbers, only a few remained intact, while most were damaged and collapsed. The ground was even covered in ravines and was in a complete mess. Even though a myriad of years had passed, Chun Hao and Qin Shui were still able to sense the aura of destruction in the entire space that still hadn't dispersed completely. But even then, it was unable to conceal the former glory and strength of the sect. Over there, follow me. Hiss. After sighing with emotion for a short period of time, Chun Hao directly transformed into a flowing light and took the lead to head towards the direction the fragrance drifted from. Chun Shui and Long Ting quickly followed behind him. Before the collapse of the universe, the ruins of the sect were an enormous planet, yet only the core of the planet remained. Such a distance didn't require much time at all for Chun Hao's group of 3, and they were able to make a few round trips. After a short moment, a luxuriant and verdant herb garden that was 25,000 kilometers in length and width appeared before the 3 of them, and it formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding dilapidated and desolated scene. It was full of vitality, overflowing with the feeling of spring, and waves of refreshing fragrance that even refreshed the heart. How fragrant. This ought to be the herb garden of the sect, right? Said Long Ting. In a formidable sect, besides the treasure vault that stored spirit herbs and spirit items of the heavens and the earth, herb gardens were the most precious. If spirit herbs and spirit items of the heavens and the earth were compared to fishes, then herb gardens were fishes. They were the most precious spirit trees that were capable of growing spirit herbs and spirit fruits. It could be said that the level of the herb garden was able to determine the resources of a sect to a great extent. Yes, it's a pity that the spirit trees here were all destroyed when the universe collapsed, Chun Hao said with a hint of excitement in his eyes as he sensed the lush flowers, grass, and spirit tree saplings in front of him. Then what are we doing here? Chen Shui said. That's right. These flowers and plants are clearly the remnants of the medicinal properties and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They're of no use to us, right? Long Ting said. Really? Come, I'll give you something to eat. Chun Hao didn't explain. Instead, he smiled mysteriously, and two spirit fruits that could be called small watermelons appeared between his eyebrows. Ah, what a majestic and pure life force. Pan fruit? How can it contain such terrifying vitality? Long Ting could absolutely be called a glutton, and her knowledge in the aspect of spirit fruits was absolutely an existence that instantly surpassed Chun Hao and Chen Shui. She recognized the spirit fruit Chun Hao took out with a single glance, and then she received it from Chun Hao. Crunch! She bit off a large piece with her small mouth, and then she said, an ordinary cultivator that eats this immortal fruit would surely be able to increase their lifespan by 1,000 years. Their body, vitality, essence, energy, and spirit would all obtain an extremely great improvement. Is this really the mutated pan fruit from back then? Chun Shui said with surprise. Ha! When I first obtained it, it was only a small toy that could increase my lifespan by a few years, and celestial venerables wouldn't even spare a glance. But now, Chen Hao said, you mean these flowers and plants before us can be cultivated? Chen Shui seemed to be lost in thought. Smart. Even though these flowers and plants look like weeds and aren't spirit trees or spirit herbs at all. But Sister Ting said just now that they were bred from the precious spirit trees and spirit herbs in the herb garden back then. Ordinary people are indeed unable to cultivate them, but it's different for me. Hee hee. All right, let's get to work. Don't damage their roots, and collect them completely first. Great, great. We can eat ancient spirit fruits in the future, huh? Long Ting was especially excited as she spoke. The easiest method was undoubtedly to directly collect the entire herb garden. Unfortunately, Chun Hao and the others didn't have the ability to do so. Secondly, even though the space in Chun Hao's mind had already exceeded a radius of 50,000 miles, it was still too small, and it would take up too much space if the entire herb garden was placed in his mind. Thirdly, these flowers and plants had to be nourished by top-grade spirit spring water, so there was no need for them to be connected to the soil. The three of them collected for a total of 8 days before they finished, turning the entire herb garden into a barren land and wiping out the only vitality of the sect ruins. Phew! Little Shui, Sister Ting, leave the treasure hunting to me. You two split up and search for opportunities to see if you can obtain any inheritance. Chun Hao said to Long Ting and Chun Shui after collecting the last few flowers and plants into his mind. What about you? I'm not very interested. You two go first. Brother Hao, you don't have to give in to us like this. Whoever can obtain it will obtain it. All right, just go. I'll first collect all the valuable things around us. Chen Hao said. It was certain that there would definitely be magic treasures and secret manuals in ancient sect ruins, and the chances of having an inheritance of opportunity were very high. Whether one could obtain it or not depended on one's strength and luck. This was because when they resisted the collapse of the universe back then, they must have condensed the strongest restriction. Moreover, if there was an inheritance of opportunity left behind, they would definitely have to fulfill certain conditions to obtain it. This was the common characteristic of any inheritance of opportunity, and there was no exception here. Now, Chun Hao and the other two had won the initiative. They did not dare to say that there were no restrictions, but at least there was absolutely no problem obtaining things with their strength. Chi, rumble. Under the guidance of the treasure-hunting sword spirit, Chun Hao searched the dilapidated palace, the ravines, and the piles of tiles that had been piled up into piles. He plucked everything that came his way. Master, There are too many low-grade spirit treasures. There's nothing good. These are all ancient spirit treasures. Even low-grade spirit treasures would cause a commotion if they were taken out. However, old god, treasure hunter, these weapons and equipment should have been left behind by the cultivators who died back then. How come there's not a single storage treasure? Chen Hao asked. It's impossible for storage treasures to be left behind. When the universe collapsed, it mainly destroyed space and life. The independent space laws contained in storage treasures could not be preserved at all, even if it was a divine weapon. Old God said, "What a pity. Master, there's one more thing. I think you should break the protective barrier of this sect." Break it? Why? If you don't break it, whether it's you or the two of them, it's unlikely that you'll obtain the inheritance of opportunity. This is because any inheritance of opportunity is a remnant of the original expert's will. In fact, it's used to select the inheritor. On the other hand, the three of you broke the barrier and entered without activating the inheritance. Similarly, all you found was trash. Only by forcefully breaking the barrier and causing a commotion in the world and attracting all the cultivators in the surroundings would you be able to activate the inheritance. Old God, you're wrong, right? If we can break the formation and come in, why can't the inheritors will sense it? This is more difficult than breaking it by force. This means that we're stronger. That's the theory, but isn't there no aura? Therefore, I'm sure that this barrier doesn't have the inheritors will left behind. Or rather, there's no inheritance here at all. There's another possibility, which is that the three of you don't meet the requirements of an inheritor. In short, it's still possible to break the restriction and try. Chen Hao pondered for a moment and said, "All right, according to Xiaoji's calculations, they should be able to arrive within a month at the earliest. If we don't break it, I'm afraid they won't be able to sense it." Boom, boom, boom. Before Chen Hao and Old God could finish their conversation, a terrifying explosion suddenly came from the void. Immediately, the entire seven-color barrier seemed to have a chain reaction and exploded with a rumble. At this moment, only the sect ruins with a radius of 1,000,000 miles directly set off violent fluctuations. Someone's coming. Chen Shui and Long Ting, who had split into two groups and were shuttling through the palace complex to search, flew into the air and looked in the direction of the fluctuations. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. Even their senses could not sense it, let alone their eyes. Chen Shui, who had the strongest perception, could only sense it at 150,000 miles. Let's go take a look. Chi. The two of them rushed toward the source of the fluctuations at the same time. Although they could not sense it, they could cover a distance of 1,000,000 miles in minutes. Moreover, the two of them knew that Chen Hao would definitely go and take a look. Naturally, they had to meet up with him first. This was because the terrifying fluctuations of heaven and earth had already erupted. The extremely thick ancient aura and origin energy sealed in the barrier had already spread in all directions. Someone's coming? It must be an expert. Let's go and take a look. Hiss. Chen Hao also rushed over at the first moment. Originally, he had used the aircraft for a period of time. Although it was not a long time, the distance advantage could still be maintained for 10 to 20 years. Those who were able to arrive at this time must be very fast and did not stay in the middle of the star fragment or other small places. Chun Lin, who was flying quickly toward the depths, suddenly paused and turned his head to look behind him. What a strong fluctuation of heaven and earth. It must be the birth of a precious treasure or a relic inheritance. Very good. Chun Lin did not hesitate too much. He directly turned into a stream of light and flew toward the direction of the fluctuations of heaven and earth. At this time, he did not even think about what he had told the Pandong Lu. He just went straight to the place where the aura was strong. However, what he did not expect was that it was the Pandong Lu who did not follow him, who caused the fluctuations of heaven and earth. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 682. The cultivators within tens of billions of kilometers of the sect ruins all felt the aura of the turbulent heaven and earth. However, although the cultivators within hundreds of billions of kilometers sensed it, they gave up after flying for a few hours. This was because the fluctuation of heaven and earth had become very weak. They had traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers in the direction of the fluctuation, but it had not strengthened at all. It could only mean that it was too far away. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. If it were in the outside world, no matter how far it was, they would definitely rush over. However, this was the primitive secret realm. As they continued to go deeper, they might encounter their own opportunities at any time. There was no need to travel a long distance. In the end, they might end up with nothing and waste time. It's her, Chun Hao, who had integrated into all things in the world, had already stopped Long Ting and Chun Shui with his powerful perception. The three of them took the lead to gather together. Isn't she with Chun Lin? Why is she alone? Who is it? Long Ting asked when she heard Chun Hao and Chun Shui. At this moment, the three of them were 100,000 kilometers away from the source of the fluctuation. Chun Hao and Chun Shui could sense it, but Long Ting could not. Pandong current. She and Chun Lin were on the same aircraft as you. If they went straight in, they shouldn't have come to us. There should be a deviation of at least a few billion kilometers. We didn't break the restriction, so it's unlikely that they changed direction and came here directly, Chun Hao said. According to the distance before they came in, Chun Hao inferred that unless the Pandong current changed their direction, it was impossible for them to come here. After all, they had not caused the turbulence of heaven and earth before. Moreover, the speed of the Pandong current did not seem to be so fast. Buzz, sure enough, there's movement. Chun Hao just finished talking to the two girls when a mysterious fluctuation and a low roar came from the depths of the violently shaking palace complex. The three of them turned their heads to look at the depths at the same time. Chun Shui and Long Ting had tried many of the palaces in the core, whether they were broken or intact, but when they went in, they did not find any mystery. Let's go, there's no need to hide. Chi. Chun Hao and the other two suddenly turned into three streams of light and rushed to the core of the palaces at an amazing speed. Because of the discovery of the ancient sect's ruins, flowing east current's mood became better. He had just broken the restriction and entered the sect's ruins. He was excitedly releasing his mind to sense the rich, ancient aura and origin energy. However, at this moment, three energy fluctuations suddenly appeared in the distance and appeared in his senses. However, limited by the range of her perception, she could only sense the vibrations of the energy of heaven and earth. She could not sense who the other party was. Cultivators have come in so quickly. Chi. The energy around flowing east suddenly soared, and he also rushed to the core of the dilapidated palaces. She was the one who opened the sect ruins, so there was no reason for others to snatch it first. Just based on the mysterious fluctuations coming from the core, she was sure that a treasure had appeared, or even an inheritance. Buzz, 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 buzz. Rumble, 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 rumble. Chun Hao and the other two in flowing east current had only flown for less than 100,000 li when the originally faint mysterious buzzing became more and more intense. What made the four of them stop at the same time was that the palaces in the core of hundreds of thousands of li, whether they were dilapidated or intact, suddenly blossomed with mysterious seven-colored rays of light. They rose from the ground as if they were alive, rumbling and moving. The faint, mysterious aura suddenly became several times stronger at this moment. Seven-colored barriers were born, like a set of seven-colored bubbles, wrapping thousands of palaces in the core. Inheritance. At this time, Chun Hao and the other two and flowing east current on the other side confirmed a fact. It's in them. At this moment, the flowing east current had already approached and saw Chun Hao and the other two. The extraordinarily handsome Chun Hao stood in the middle. Chun Lin said that he wanted to use them, but the flowing east current had already believed that Chun Lin had designs on them. Long Ting and Chun Xiao Bai who possessed abnormal magical powers, stood on either side of Chun Hao. Flowing east current looked at them in a daze. She tightly pursed her lips, and her eyes revealed a trace of envy and grievance. Especially when she saw the three of them rushing to the seven-colored barrier together, she felt even more sad. Wasn't it the immortal couple she yearned for? But Chun Lin, flowing east current, knew that he must have discovered her. At this moment, if Chun Hao and the other two wanted to drive her away, she had no choice. No matter who it was, she was not their opponent. In this primitive secret realm, it was not up to whoever discovered and opened the inheritance restriction first. Everything depended on strength. It belonged to whoever could snatch it. Even if they were from the same clan, the same teacher, and knew each other, if she wanted to snatch it, they could kill her. But the three of them did not stop her, obviously giving her a fair chance to compete. Whoever could get it would depend on their luck. Taking a deep breath, flowing east current also rushed directly to the seven-colored restriction. Boom! The moment she stepped into the restriction, flowing east current's mind shook, and endless pressure and mystery exploded in her mind. Break for me. Break. Break. Chi. 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 Chun Hao, Chun Shui, and Long Ting, when separated by a distance of 3,000 feet, launched extremely powerful attacks at the same time. Two sword lights filled with endless destructive aura, and a golden fist condensed with terrifying power violently attacked the seven-colored restriction. Rumble, a distant explosion sounded, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the first layer of the seven-colored barrier. However, just as Chun Hao and the other two were about to rush in, the second layer of the barrier suddenly flashed with seven-colored ripples and instantly repaired the first layer of the barrier. This is actually so strong. Chun Hao was a little surprised. The blow just now, whether it was him, Chun Shui, or Long Ting, they had all used 90% of their strength, and it was indeed broken. But the recovery ability of the inheritance restriction was too fast and amazing. Huh, Brother Hao, Lil Shui, don't you feel it? Long Ting clenched her fist, looked at her fist strangely, and turned to the two and said, "Feel what? Is it because I'm attacking with my physical body? Try not to use a sword." Long Ting said. Both Chun Hao and Chun Shui were slightly puzzled, but without hesitation, they punched the barrier at the same time. Chun Hao and Chun Shui's violent punches directly broke the barrier again, and immediately there was a flash of realization in their eyes. It's actually an absolute art inheritance. At this time, the two also understood what was going on. The simplest attack, which was formed from his physical body, spirit, and true essence, was actually able to break through the first barrier, and an obscure incantation flowed into his mind. After the three of them compared, they were exactly the same and had the same sentence. Moreover, the three of them were as clear as a mirror. They knew that only by comprehending the first sentence could they obtain the second sentence through the attack. There was no doubt that if they wanted to break the layers of the seven-colored barrier, they had to comprehend the absolute art contained in the barrier step by step. Otherwise, with their strength, they would definitely not be able to break it by force. Flowing eastward, who was also attacking the barrier, was originally shocked by the terrifying recovery ability of the barrier and did not know what to do. However, when she saw Chun Hao and Chun Xiaobai attacking with their fists, although she did not understand, she also felt strange and tried to attack with her physical strength. She also instantly understood what was going on. Chi, chi, chi. When the four of them were immersed in comprehending the absolute art of the barrier, within tens of billions of miles away from the sect ruins, they could clearly feel the increase in the aura, and they were all approaching at the fastest speed. If an expert in the Earth's celestial stage flew at full speed, he could basically reach 100 million miles in more than 2 hours. At the slowest, he could fly 50 million miles in 2 hours. For an expert like Chun Lin, if he flew at full speed, he could definitely reach 150 million miles in 2 hours. However, even the nearest cultivator was close to 10 billion miles away, and it would still take a few days for him to arrive. Bang! Rumble. In less than half an hour, Chun Hao, who was immersed in comprehension, suddenly stood up and launched a second punch. The fist's shadows were heavy and bloomed with a ray of seven-colored light. Obviously, Chun Hao's fist intent had integrated the mystery of the first magic art. So fast, Flowing East sensed the movement on Chun Hao's side and was surprised. However, Chun Shui and Long Ting did not feel anything. The two of them had long been accustomed to Chun Hao's abnormal comprehension ability. It was quite rare for Chun Hao to comprehend a magic art in half an hour. It could only mean that the inheritance of this absolute art was very mysterious. Nearly 2 hours later, Chun Shui launched the second punch, but at this time, Chun Hao had already launched the third punch. Almost only 1 or 2 minutes slower than Chun Shui, Flowing East launched the second punch. This made Flowing East slightly proud. Although she was far inferior to Chun Hao, she was not inferior to Chun Xiaobai. After all, Chun Xiaobai started a little earlier than her. The most important thing was that she was stronger than Long Ting. Anyway, at this moment, she had seen Chun Lin's true colors. She already knew that Chun Lin valued and liked Long Ting, not her. She was stronger than Long Ting, so naturally she would be proud. Although it was meaningless, she would not have a deep relationship with Chun Lin. In particular, after another hour, when Long Ting still did not launch the second punch, she was convinced that her comprehension ability was definitely stronger than Long Ting's. Even Chun Shui did not expect Long Ting's comprehension ability to be so bad. She only knew that Long Ting was extraordinarily lazy and extraordinarily thick-skinned. However, Long Ting's strength was even stronger than hers. No matter what, she was still a top genius. Even if her cultivation technique was special, her comprehension ability would definitely not be bad. But why hadn't she comprehended the first magic art after so long? However, none of them, including Chun Hao, who were immersed in their comprehension, knew that Long Ting, who seemed to be in a state of comprehension, was currently emitting a light sound of deep sleep from her nostrils. In this case, when Chun Hao finally comprehended the third magic art in the 4th hour, which was getting harder and harder to comprehend, and was ready to attack again, he finally found Long Ting's abnormality. Chun Hao almost fell to the ground. If you like this work, you are welcome to Conceited. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 683. Slap. Brother Hao, what are you doing? When Chun Hao slapped Long Ting's little butt, Long Ting suddenly woke up and glared at Chun Hao. You're not comprehending it. I'm not interested in this lost art. I don't know how many paths there are to comprehend at the first barrier, and there are many more barriers behind. It will be difficult to succeed without 8 to 10 years. You guys can just comprehend it. Long Ting said, if you don't comprehend it, you won't be able to enter. Although this is an inherited lost art, it's only an assessment of the true inheritance. The inside of the palace is the real deal. Hurry up and comprehend it. Oh, Brother Hao, teach me what you've comprehended first so that I don't have to waste any more effort. No, comprehend it yourself. Comprehend as much as you can. If you can't enter, then stay outside by yourself. I'll go in with little Shui, Chun Hao said speechlessly. The process of comprehension was also a process of cultivation. It was indeed possible to impart it directly, but it was meaningless to do so. In fact, even if Long Ting didn't say anything, Chun Hao would directly impart it to her and Chun Shui after comprehending it. But at this moment, hearing Long Ting's words, Chun Hao directly refused. This girl was really too lazy. Okay, Long Ting was forced to agree. She slowly got up and casually punched, but chi, bang, a 7-colored light flashed. Long Ting had unknowingly comprehended the first technique she had obtained. However, Chun Hao didn't care. Perhaps Long Ting began to sleep after comprehending the first technique. But in less than a quarter of an hour, Long Ting actually punched again. This speed was half the time Chun Hao used to comprehend the second technique. This time, Chun Hao, Chun Shui, and the distant flowing east were all shocked. But the most shocking thing was still behind. The further Chun Hao and the other two went, the slower their speed became. However, Long Ting was unstoppable and became faster and faster. Brother Hao Lil Shui. I comprehended it again. He. It's so simple. Why are you guys so slow? Ha. I've finished comprehending the first barrier. The 9 incantations can be combined into one ultimate skill. Brother Hao, Xiao Shui, I'll pass it to you. Ahem. That's a good idea. Little sister Ting, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Not bad, not bad. It's just SOSO. I didn't think it would be so simple. Although there are some differences, they're mostly the same. Long Ting said proudly. You mean, you've comprehended something similar? Chen Hao asked. That's right. This set of unique skills is basically to strengthen the physical body. It doesn't have much effect on me. Do you really think I'm that lazy? Ha. Gee. 2 golden lights suddenly shot out from between Long Ting's eyebrows and merged into Chun Hao and Chun Shui's eyebrows. This was the combination of the 9 techniques that Long Ting had comprehended and directly poured them into the two's heads. I'll go in first. Long Ting punched out. A resplendent 7-colored light with boundless profoundness appeared. She became one with her fist. With a swoosh, she pierced through the first barrier and disappeared before Chun Hao and Chen Shui. This girl, it seems that this is her luck. Xiao Shui. Let's quickly comprehend and go in to have a look. Okay, with Long Ting's enlightenment, the two only took more than 10 minutes to punch out one after another and immediately disappeared outside. The flowing east sect watched anxiously, but there was nothing they could do. They could only comprehend wholeheartedly. After all, even if they practiced this kind of unique skill, they could still benefit a lot. Besides, there were so many barriers, so there was no reason to give up now. Moreover, since this barrier contained a unique skill that everyone could comprehend, maybe there was more than one inheritance in the palace. Gee, it's the remains of an ancient sect. Great, I shouldn't be too late. A few days later, a cultivator was the first to arrive at the place where the heavens and earth were shaking. From afar, this cultivator was already excited when he sensed the strong, ancient aura and origin energy. When he saw the dilapidated palaces and the 7-colored light shining in the center, he became even more excited. Flowing east? When the arriving cultivators approached the 7-colored barrier, they saw flowing east flow sitting cross-legged in front of the barrier at a glance. Their eyes bloomed with a complicated light. There was surprise, and even more puzzlement. Wasn't she with Chenlin? How could she be alone? Just as this practitioner approached Pan East Flow with a nervous heart, Pan East Flow also turned to look at him. When he saw who it was, Pan East Flow was slightly startled. Immediately, he jumped up and threw himself into the man's arms as if he had seen the closest person to him. Brother Dong Sheng. For no reason, seeing the man's concerned eyes, the grievances in her heart directly broke out. She just called out, then hid in the man's arms and cried. Flowing east. The man reached out and wanted to hug the flowing east, but thinking that the flowing east had established a relationship with Chenlin, he stopped abruptly in the air. He wanted to say something, but seeing the sad look of the flowing east, he didn't say anything for the time being. He just let the other party cry, and he felt a faint uneasiness and pain because of the flowing east. Brother Dong Sheng, I'm sorry. After a few minutes, the flowing east whispered in the man's arms. Flowing east, you, who bullied you? No matter who it is, I will get justice for you. Tell me, no one bullied me. Brother Dong Sheng, do you dislike me? Flowing east, don't get me wrong. How could I dislike you? The man said, and his arms in the air trembled as he hugged the flowing east. It was like a dream. His name was Fan Dong Sheng, a member of the Fan family, but he was not a direct descendant of the Fan family, but a descendant of the Fan family's grand elder. To be given a surname by the Fan family, he naturally received the same treatment as the direct descendant of the Fan family. Fan Dongsheng grew up with the Flowing East, and they were like childhood sweethearts. Both of them were the top talents of the Fan family. 10 years before the opening of the primitive secret realm, Fan Dongxing's fame in the East Flow City was no less than that of the Flowing East. However, after his divine soul was seriously injured during an adventure, he was directly taken away by his ancestor, the Grand Elder of the Fan family, and did not return for 10 years. When he just left, the Flowing East was indeed sad for a long time, because their relationship, in anyone's opinion, was not as simple as childhood sweethearts. They would definitely become Taoist companions in the future. However, since then, the Flowing East parents, grandfather, and family head, although they did not say it explicitly, had subtly diluted the feelings of the Flowing East toward Fan Dongsheng. 10 years later, the Flowing East had almost forgotten about Fan Dongsheng, who had disappeared without a trace. When the primitive secret realm arrived, Fan Dongsheng suddenly appeared and replaced a disciple of the Fan family who was originally scheduled to enter the primitive secret realm. When the two met again, it was when the Flowing East fell into Chunlin's arms. At that moment, the Flowing East saw the surging emotions in Fan Dongsheng's eyes and the pain that Fan Dongsheng forcibly suppressed. At that moment, she was also excited. Unfortunately, time waited for no man. In 10 years, she thought that Fan Dongsheng would not come back, and even if he came back, he would be reduced to mediocrity. If he could come back a little earlier, even if it was only for half a year, everything would be different. But at that time, the Flowing East had already decided on Chunlin, and there was no turning back. Chunlin's appearance, temperament, talent, and cultivation were all very attractive to her. She had no reason to start and then retreat. Tell me, did Chunlin bully you? Holding Fan Dongsheng, who hadn't been in such close contact with him for 10 years, smelling the familiar scent and feeling the person who made him think of her whenever he was free for the past 10 years, Fan Dongxing's eyes flashed with strong, killing intent as he asked, "Brother Dongsheng, I have nothing to do with him. He didn't bully me. I'm sorry, I always thought you would not come back. When I saw you, I deliberately gave you the cold shoulder because I have no way out, and I have already... Donglu, don't say it. Brother Dongsheng, do you still want me?" The Flowing East nervously and impulsively asked. Just a moment ago, she had never even thought about it. Even when she decided to leave Chunlin, she had never thought about returning to Fan Dongxing's embrace. This was because she felt that she was unworthy. Just like that cold-blooded man who had once made her impulsive, Chun Hao, she had never thought about it. As a young girl in love, she needed to find her future Tao companion, but she had already developed to that point with Chunlin. She knew that in the future, she could only find someone who had never seen her past. But now, when she saw Fan Dongsheng, especially when she saw the familiar concern in his eyes, she thought of the scene from 10 years ago when the two of them were inseparable. She could no longer hold back. Even if the entire world abandons you, this brother will always be by your side. Fan Dongxing tightly held the Flowing East in his arms, so excited that his body trembled. 10 years had passed. When he returned, he thought he had lost everything. He had impulsively wanted to leave Vast Universe, Star, several times, and he didn't even want to participate in the primal mystic realm. But every time he thought of Flowing East, he couldn't take a single step forward. When he decided to work hard to become stronger, to follow in her footsteps and silently protect her, he was destined to be alone for the rest of his life. She knew what the Flowing East meant by already with him, but let alone those intimate moments. Even if she took the final step, so what? He wouldn't care. At this moment, Fan Dongsheng felt as if he had embraced the entire world, filled with endless joy. Flowing East, you are this brother's one and only. Do you know that at this moment, I am the happiest man in the world? Without you, I would silently live for you. With you, my life has meaning. Tiske, what a good man. That's right, look at him, this is true love. Big brother Hao, can you be so good to me? You little girl, what are you thinking? I'm just joking, I won't waver. Ha ha. His words are powerful and resonant, and his essence, energy, and soul soar to the heavens. The Flowing East is happy. She will be his one and only. What about you, Hao? What left Chen Hao speechless was that even Chen Shui was moved by Fan Dongxing's sincere words, as if they had blended into the world. Her words were even more offensive than Long Ting's. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 684. Cough cough. Sister Ting, start working. There will be more and more cultivators pouring in, but most of them should be from our division, so there's no need to worry. Little Shui, and I will stand guard for you. Chen Hao pulled Chen Shui into his arms and changed the topic. It couldn't be helped. Chen Hao was ashamed of his inferiority to such a man. He didn't dare to say that there was a huge gap between them, but there was still a gap of a few streets. Whether Chen Hao admitted it or not, he was so disdainful of Bailey Ning Bing and had no feelings for her. More or less, it was because Bailey Ning Bing was already Dongfang Han's Taoist companion in name. How could he, who was arrogant and overbearing, accept a woman who had a Taoist companion contract with someone else and overbearingly threatened him to be her Taoist companion? Similarly, Chen Hao would never accept a young girl like Pan Dong Lu who would easily fall in love. This was a matter of men's dignity, and it was something that most men insisted on. And this was precisely the reason why Chen Hao couldn't answer Chen Shui and Long Ting directly. He was in the wrong. Chen Shui and Long Ting also turned their heads and didn't look anymore. The reason was very simple. The emotional Pan Dong Sheng and Pan Dong Lu had already stuck together intimately. Although it wasn't inappropriate for children, the two women didn't have the hobby of peeping at others. Of course, Chen Shui and Long Ting didn't continue to make things difficult for Chen Hao on this issue. Inside the enchantment, they could clearly see and sense the scene outside the enchantment. But Pan Dong Lu and Pan Dong Sheng outside the enchantment obviously couldn't sense Chen Hao and the other two. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a touching soap opera. Long Ting pouted gloomily when she saw Chen Hao and Chen Shui's leisurely appearances. This won't do. Both of you must comprehend it as well. Otherwise, I won't teach it to both of you. This is what you said to me earlier. Humph. The situation is different. You comprehended it in minutes. It's obviously your opportunity. Besides, your speed is so fast. We didn't comprehend anything and went to the next level, right? Be good. Start quickly. Brother will reward you with a kiss. Bah! Coaxing me as a child. I won't fall for it. Long Ting raised her fist and said. But after speaking, she still punched the second barrier. What's wrong? Seeing Long Ting's surprised expression, Chen Hao and Chen Shui were puzzled. Try again. Long Ting still did not explain. Boom! After that, when Chen Hao and Chen Shuijun attacked the barrier, they once again understood why Long Ting was acting strangely. It was because they obtained nothing. Looks like this second test isn't about the physical body, essence, energy, and Jinyuan, but something else. Let's try attacking in other ways. Yes. Chi chi chi. The three of them attacked at the same time. Chen Hao condensed a pure spiritual attack and pointed out with a finger, penetrating the barrier like a cold star. On the other hand, Chen Shui stabbed out with her sword. Her destruction sword will condense within it. Long Ting was still using her fists, but this time, she used the profound mysteries of an absolute art. It was not a pure physical attack. Rumble. 3 explosions were heard. It's mine. When the 3 of them looked at each other, Chen Hao said with great certainty, try using pure mind power and mind power to attack. Chi-Chi. After Chen Shui and Long Ting launched a pure spiritual attack, their minds suddenly seemed to have hit the first barrier and an obscure spell appeared. This time, Long Ting frowned directly. Just by feeling, she found that she could not understand it at all. It seemed to be completely beyond the scope of her understanding. However, after frowning slightly, a trace of joy appeared on her face, and she said, Brother Hao, Xiao Shui, I'm not slacking off. I haven't practiced any magic arts that are pure mind power and mind power. You know that I mainly cultivate my physical body, and I can't understand the magic arts that I've obtained now. Ha ha ha. Try your best. Don't look at me like that. I'm serious this time. Chi chi. In less than 2 hours, another cultivator arrived first. Then, every half an hour or two, a cultivator arrived. Without exception, all of them were cultivators from the master of the East Flow. Although they were all small soldiers like Chun Hao, their strength was obviously at the peak of the late stage of the Earth's celestial stage. Moreover, just by looking at their equipment, one could tell that their identities were definitely not ordinary. Even if their strength was weak and they did not obtain the position of squad leader or captain, with the help of their best spiritual treasure sets and the hidden holy artifacts, their combat strength was abruptly raised by 2 levels. When these people came in, they found the Pandong Flow and Pandong Sheng as people from the East Flow City who didn't know the Pandong Flow. In other words, who didn't know Pandong Sheng, who had disappeared for 10 years. However, when they saw the Pandong Flow and Pandong Sheng sitting together cross-legged, these cultivators were surprised. She was the goddess in their hearts. She was indeed Pandong Sheng's childhood sweetheart, and others envied her. But the Pandong Flow was already together with Chun Lin, a powerful disciple of the Knights Templar. How could she be together with Pandong Sheng at this moment? Moreover, Pandong Sheng's soul was seriously injured, and he was definitely a fallen genius of the East Flow City. After disappearing for 10 years, Pandong Sheng seemed to have completely recovered and was not worse than the current Pandong Flow. Although this surprised them, they were also sure that Pandong Sheng's ancestor must have paid a great price. However, no matter how they looked at it, the gap between his aura and Chun Lin was too big. How could the Pandong Flow turn back? They were puzzled, but no one dared to come forward and ask. The status of the Pan family in the East Flow City was unshakable. Even if their current strength was not worse than the Pandong Flow and Pandong Sheng, they were at the peak of the late stage of the Earth's celestial stage, while the others were at the peak of the early stage of the Earth's celestial stage. Their potential was not something they could compare with. After nodding slightly to greet them, they began to study the barrier excitedly. Moreover, no one deliberately stayed away. Instead, they all gathered not far away. After all, they were all from the East Flow City. As long as there was no fierce competition, it was safer to stay together. Those who could come in were all smart people. Even if they didn't know the mystery of the barrier, after probing or looking at others, they would soon discover the mystery and enter a state of comprehension. They were all safe and sound. But a few hours later, a streamer arrived as fast as lightning. The person was still in the void, but the terrifying aura and pressure emitted from his body made everyone who was in the state of comprehension raise their heads in surprise. The Pandong Flow, who was in the state of comprehension, did not raise her head at all. Her delicate body trembled, and her heart thumped. Chun Lin, when Pandong Sheng sensed the powerful aura, he seemed to have sensed something. When he saw the person coming, his face sank. 2 sharp lights flashed in his eyes. He immediately looked at Fan Donglu, whose face instantly turned pale. Hot-headed, he stretched out his hand and stopped Fan Donglu, who was very close to him by his side. The Pandong Flow didn't say why it broke up with Chen Lin, and he didn't ask, but he knew that Chen Lin must have wronged the Pandong Flow and bullied it. Otherwise, the Pandong Flow who had established their relationship had no reason to turn back because of him. After all, if it wanted to turn back, it would have done so when he just came back. Why would it wait until now? East, in the void, Chun Lin's majestic perception had spread out. When he saw the powerful spirit boundary, he showed excitement. Obviously, no one had obtained the inheritance of the sect ruins yet. So, since he was here, who dared to compete with him? When he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the cultivators who had arrived, he saw a familiar figure. When he saw it, he was surprised but also surprised. After all, in order to obtain greater benefits, he temporarily abandoned the Pandong Flow. It was not that he didn't like the Pandong Flow, but it was a trade-off. At this moment, he was surprised to see it, but at least he was pleasantly surprised. However, as soon as he shouted the word east, he saw the young man beside him holding the waist of the Pandong Lu and pulling him closer. Bastard! Chi! At this moment, Chun Lin was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He was furious. Someone actually dared to touch my Chun Lin's woman? Without any hesitation, he angrily attacked. He didn't think much about the reason why the young man touched his woman, but his woman didn't seem to resist. Boom! Fan Dongsheng didn't expect Chun Lin to be so hot-tempered. They had broken up, but he comforted the Pan Dong flow. What did it have to do with Chun Lin? Fan Dongsheng's thought was also simple. Intuitively, he thought that Chun Lin had dumped the Pan Dong flow. So at this moment, when Chun Lin came, he naturally knew how the Pan Dong flow felt. He held her to his side just to comfort her. As for the hatred in his heart for Chun Lin, although he would get it back sooner or later, it was not now, because he knew that at this moment, he was far from being Chun Lin's opponent. However, since Chun Lin attacked directly, why should he hesitate? Stop! At this moment, the Pan Dong flow suddenly stood up. With a whoosh, she stood in front of Fan Dongsheng and shouted at Chun Lin. At the same time, she violently activated her power and combined it with Fan Dongsheng's attack to resist Chun Lin's angry blow. What? Chun Lin couldn't believe his eyes. The Pan Dong flow was helping a man to resist him? Was this still the obedient and well-behaved, flowing eastward current? Originally, he wanted to stop, but at this moment, under the intense anger, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Not only did he not stop, but his mind also pushed his attack to the limit. Even the flowing eastward school, who had stolen a man behind his back, gnashed his teeth in hatred. This was an absolute humiliation, a naked humiliation. As an outstanding disciple of the Holy Temple, if it was known that the woman who had confirmed her relationship with him was intimate with another man behind his back, and when she was discovered, she even attacked him with both hands. Where would he put his face? That was an absolute humiliation, a humiliation he had never encountered in his life. Pan Dong Flow, get out of the way. Rumble. Under the terrifying pressure, it was already impossible to dodge, but Fan Dongsheng used all his strength to push Fan Donglu out. His whole body burst out with incomparably bright light. Instead of retreating, he violently moved forward to meet Chun Lin's attack. For the Pan Dong Flow, what was there to be afraid of? Third update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to Conceited. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.